Oh, searching for a place where you can relax, aren't you? Well, I've got you covered. If you ever feel lost, just visit me here by the fireplace. Who knows? Maybe you could gain new insights from my stories as you regain your strength. Are you all set? Good. Voyaging to the island of outlaws, there's a Bilgewater captain famed for her looks, but feared for her ruthlessness. She paints a stark figure among the hardened criminals of the port city. The bigger the risk, the bigger the bounty. This woman isn't afraid to battle any opponents, since she could create firearms herself, thanks to her family's previous business. Fortune doesn't favor fools, a line that she usually says as she outsmarts anyone who dares to double-cross her. As a child, she witnessed the Reaver King murder her family, an act she brutally avenged years later, putting her on a vengeful route on the seas. Those who underestimate her will face a beguiling and unpredictable opponent, and likely a bullet or two in their guts. While almost the majority of Bilgewater feared the infamous Pirate King, this woman waged a war against him, determined to turn Bilgewater on a new leaf. Her name is Sarah Fortune, but the seas know her as Miss Fortune, the bounty hunter. Like most who rise to notoriety in the twisting, salt-crusted labyrinth of Bilgewater, Sarah Fortune has no shortage of blood on her hands. Born 966 years after Noxus, Sarah is the beloved daughter of the renowned gun dame Abigail Fortune. She spent much of her happy childhood in the forge of their island settlement just off the coast, learning to file wheel locks, set trigger pulls, and even cast batches of custom pistol shot. Her mother's skill in crafting firearms was legendary, and her bespoke handguns were to be found in the collections of many a wealthy merchant captain. Sarah would watch her parents work on their shop as she aimed to help their family business someday. As happy as their life was, Bilgewater isn't the place for such fairy tales. Oftentimes, they were coveted by those with more meager means and darker hearts. One such individual was an up-and-coming Bilgewater Reaver known to his crew as Gangplank. Cocksure and certain of his power, he demanded a pair of fortune pistols, the likes of which no other man could hope to possess. Abigail doesn't want to take the deal, but she is more concerned about their safety. Because of the gravity of the situation, a reluctant deal was struck. A year later to the day, Gangplank returned. The requested gun was completed. However, Gangplank had no intention of paying for the work. He had masked his face with a grimy scarf. He was there to take the guns by force. Abigail had crafted 2 masterpieces, twin hand cannons of exquisite workmanship and pinpoint lethality. Indeed, she declared too fine for the likes of him. She could see the brutish thug that Gangplank had become. Enraged, he seized the pistols and gunned Abigail down with her own creations, before turning them on her husband and young Sarah too. Then, out of nothing but spite, he set the workshop ablaze and smashed both pistols on the cobblestones to wipe the Fortune legacy from the face of Runeterra completely. A murder scene covered in greed. Just as Gangplank thought that everyone had died, Sarah awoke to agony. Her wounds were grave, but she managed to crawl from the burning ruins with the remains of the 2 pistols clutched to her chest. Sarah tried her best to distance herself from the falling debris, and her efforts paid off. In time, her body healed, but waking nightmares and night terrors would torment her for many years to come. Years passed by, and Sarah endured the bitterness of her situation. Instead of drowning in loneliness, Sarah was more determined to have vengeance. Thanks to the skills she learned from watching her parents, Sarah rebuilt her mother's pistols and learned all she could about the masked murderer who had since declared himself the new Reaver King of Bilgewater. Sarah started this path of vengeance, forcing even the most influential ship captains to honor her claim. No matter the circumstances, when Sarah faced him again, she would be ready. Taking a ship to Bilgewater Bay, she killed her first man within minutes of setting foot on the crooked timbers of the quayside. A drunken pirate with a gallon of Myron's Dark in his belly and a price on his head. Sarah dragged his corpse to the bounty board officials before tearing off a dozen more warrants and heading off into the city. That was the start of her becoming the bounty hunter, a suitable job for someone aiming for the Reaver King's head. Within a week, every one of them was settled, and those with the misfortune to be hunted by Sarah were either dead or in chains. She quickly earned a reputation in the taverns and gambling dens, becoming known only as Miss Fortune. But despite her rising fame, Gangplank would never see her coming. He had already murdered a lot of families, even waging war against Noxian war fleets. What was one more bounty hunter on the streets of this city? In the years that followed, tales of misfortune's exploits spread far and wide, each more fanciful than the last. She drowned the leader of the Silk Knife Corsairs in a barrel of her own stolen rum. She took the siren from a captain who learned the hard way what it meant to slip a hand where it wasn't wanted. She tracked the insane Doxy Ripper to his lair in the belly of a half-dismembered Leviathan down on the slaughter docks, and shot him in the back as he fled. In spite of all this, Gangplank was far too powerful to confront openly, especially with the fierce Jagged Hook's crew always at his side. But Miss Fortune knew just killing him would never be enough. Only his abject humiliation and the burning to ash of all he had stolen would satisfy the girl who had died on the floor of her mother's workshop. And so, little by little, she began to surround herself with a small but loyal cadre of allies that would eventually help her lay her demons to rest. She adopted the name Miss Fortune, as she risked everything to make her move against Gangplank. To set off her plans, Miss Fortune hired 2 guys to infiltrate Gangplank's warehouse. Those guys were Tobias Felix, also known as Twisted Fate, then gave a tip to a man named Malcolm Graves, who was looking for the guy she had just hired. The plan didn't pan out well, since those guys had a little beef against each other. Or perhaps it was part of her plans after all. Twisted Fate and Graves fought each other at the warehouse, damaging all of the items inside. Eventually, the warehouse was engulfed in flames, as the pirates serving Gangplank chased the two rats. It didn't take long before the captain himself was informed of this incident, and Gangplank was boiling in rage. Both Graves and Twisted Fate tried to flee from the wrath of the Pirate King, but with no success. They were immediately captured, since Gangplank owned the whole of Bilgewater. Fueled with anger, Gangplank tortured them and announced that he would publicly execute them in front of the whole city for their misbehavior. Hearing the news of this event, Miss Fortune's plans were set in motion, and along with her crew, she started to make preparations to blow up Gangplank's flagship so all Bilgewater could witness the death of their Reaver King. Gangplank planned to set an example for anyone who would dare to oppose him again. He was confident that his plans would come out smoothly. Unfortunately, this time was different. His announcement helped Captain Fortune prepare for his arrival. Chaos unfolded inside the ship as Graves and Twisted Fate tried to fight their way out of the ship. Meanwhile, as soon as Gangplank's ship reached the harbor of Bilgewater, the firing show began. Loads of cannon barges were fired at them, and his ship was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Gangplank and his crew failed to do anything as all of Bilgewater watched, killing his crew and shattering his aura of invincibility. It was a sight for everyone, mainly because the very pirate who was drowning from gunfire was the one who terrorized the land and ruled Bilgewater for ages. Plots within plots saw his ship, the Deadpool, blown to flaming wreckage in the harbor, and the tyrannical Reaver King overthrown. Best of all, everyone in Bilgewater saw him fall. It was everything Sarah could have hoped for, exactly as she'd planned, and it was over in moments, leaving Miss Fortune empty inside. With Gangplank gone, the other rival captains quickly descended into fighting amongst themselves for control of the city. Bilgewater was in some sort of order since the majority of its citizens feared the Reaver King. What little semblance of law there had been was gone in an instant, with countless innocent civilians caught between the warring crews. Reluctantly, Miss Fortune stepped up as captain of the Siren, and backed by her own people, she brokered an uneasy truce that has somehow held to this day. There's only one way to keep order in this chaos. Someone should be on top. But little is ever really permanent in the port city, and Captain Fortune still finds herself having to impose her own brand of order on every reaver, ganglord, and distant threat that comes her way. The real battle for Bilgewater has only just begun. Red tide out, red tide in. Hook 'em up, carve 'em true. Strip 'em down, guts to skin. But always pay the lady her due, or the Titan of the deep will come for you. This is a part of a song famous among the sea dwellers, the Song of the Slaughter. Along with the song, there was the stench of Blood Harbor that hit first, like a gut punch that took the wind right out of one's sails. The stink always got inside, making anyone feel like they'd never get it out. A noisome reek of opened leviathan bellies, dripping entrails they could crawl through, and weeks-old offal sticking to the cobbles like gory mortar left to rot in the sun. Mix that with the shit of 10,000 scavenging seabirds, and the piss of the slaughter dock's bloodied workers, and it was a smell strong enough to turn even the strongest stomach inside out. One could wear a bandana soaked in enough rum to souse the bearded lady herself, and it'd still get them. It was indeed awful, but Sarah Fortune loved what it represented. It was the smell of prosperity, of a plentiful catch, and monster bounties earned. A red tide meant people with coins in their pockets, ready to spend them all in the quayside taverns, gambling dens and flesh pots, all of which paid a cut of their takings to Sarah. Prosperity, yes. By the bearded lady, it was just the worst smell in the world. Her small landing boat eased out into the sludgy water, its passage through the deepening evening lit by a storm lantern, swaying from a wrought iron tentacle at its bow. Seated in the back of the boat, Sarah draped her hand over the gunwale and let her fingertips carve a path through the fatty layers on the water's surface, drawing undulant spirals that rose and fell with the red tide. Rafen, a trusted crew member of Misfortune, said her actions were pretty reckless. He was sweating as he leaned back and forth on the oars. Rafen was an old salt of the islands, with a craggy face weathered by ocean spray and hard winds, and a keen mind the rum hadn't managed to take the edge off. He was, by turns, her conscience and right-hand man, and had seen pretty much every dark nook and cranny Bilgewater had to offer. Sarah asked how it was, and Rafen answered that ripper fish and flaying lampreys lurked just under the surface. Sarah teasingly asked him if he was scared she'd get her fingers bitten off. In Rafen's defense, Misfortune can't pull a trigger without her fingers. Sarah laughed as she told Rafen he worried too much. Rafen explained that it was his job to worry about the things she doesn't worry enough about. Sarah responded, pointing out like the boat ride out to the moon serpent. Exactly, Rafen was saying, and it didn't steer him wrong since he heard it at his papa's knee. If it smells bad, leave it damn well alone. Sarah shrugged. She argued that pretty much everything smells bad out there. Rafen agreed, but that doesn't change the truth of it. He glanced over his shoulder into the mist rising from the water, where the moon serpent lurked like a dark secret. The sea has an evil cast to it this night. Feels like hungry eyes are looking up from the deep. Sarah asked if Rafen's bones were talking to him again. Rafen told her that she can mock his methods all she wants, but he had been listening to his instincts for more than 40 years now. Its effectiveness is the reason why he is still alive. Sarah told the old man to let it go. It's a captain's requiem. Misfortune has to be there. And if she had to be there in this ridiculous get-up, then her second in command has to be there too. Said ridiculous get-up consisted of a, literally, breathtaking whalebone corset of cobalt blue and golden lace beneath a gloriously long-tailed scarlet frock coat. In addition, she wore linen breeches of pale cream tucked into heeled boots of polished black leather, with silver kraken buckles running from ankle to knee. An absurdly impractical outfit, but in a gathering of captains, it didn't do to look anything less than obscenely wealthy. A poor captain was a weak captain, and like every kind of predator, Bilgewater reavers would ruthlessly prey on the weak. Rafen hadn't escaped the need to smarten up either, and under duress and threat of a demotion, wore a borrowed suit of sealskin leather, a scaled waistcoat whose buttons threatened to split from the fabric with every pull of the oars, and a stovepipe hat with a pressed tentacle headband. Rafen believed that he might have to be there, but that doesn't mean he has to like it. Sarah agreed, but she still needed him to watch her back. Ally had a large crew, and with him dead, every captain will be circling like a wharf rat in heat. The last thing she needs is his old crew going over to a rival captain or falling in with the likes of the jackdaws or butcher blades. Rafen said that there are a lot of powerful captains who will likely be there to see Ally off to the bearded lady. He then asked if Sarah really trusted all of them to abide by the truth. Sarah opened her coat to reveal a pair of exquisite ivory-handled pistols holstered under each armpit. Her trust with the captains was zero, but it was not like she was going in unarmed. Rafen mentioned that they'll take those off, sure as eggs are eggs. Sarah smirks and says they're not the only weapons she has, tapping the side of her head. Fair enough, but Rafen still feels like a risk. Sarah said it surely is, but what's life without a little risk? Rafen replied that he'll remind her of that if this all goes under fast. Sarah grinned. If it does, she promises Rafen can haunt her from the watery grave. Rafen made a quick sign of the horns over his heart and shook his head, but returned his effort to rowing. He'd made his point, and Sarah had made sure he knew better than to press her when her mind was made up. Besides, she knew he was right, and there was nothing more irritating than a man who believed he was right. But in deference to Rafen's words, Sarah lifted her hand from the surface of the water and flicked the scum from her fingertips. Something toothy broke the surface where it landed, and the old man raised his eyes in a "told ya" fashion. Behind her, the ramshackle crags of Bilgewater shimmered in the fog, flickering anthills where people, her people, lived upon the flotsam and jetsam the ocean provided. Its structures clung to the rocks and mountains of the island chain like persistent barnacles that neither storm, harrowing, nor the occasional probes of Noxian warbarks could ever entirely dislodge. Like Sarah Fortune, Bilgewater was a survivor. Since Gangplank's death, she fought the unquiet spirits of the Shadow Isles and survived countless attempts on her life. Consolidating her rule over Bilgewater had been a messy, bloody affair, and her grip was still as shaky as an apprentice rigger on their first climb of the ropes. But she was still alive despite the venom and firearms aimed at her for putting her head above the parapet. Rafen said, "Ship ahoy," meaning there's a ship ahead of them. Sarah looked past him to see a looming shape emerging from the rising mist. Much like its former captain, the Moon Serpent was an old, unstable ship, broad in the beam and glowing with the dim light of dozens of hooded lanterns hanging from its many masts. The brigantine's reinforced timbers were thickly caulked and carved with scales like a snake. Crusted salt in the grooves shone silver in the moonlight, and though its sails were still furled, Sarah knew they were woven from shimmering white cloth that must have cost Ally a small fortune. Its ramming prow figurehead was a fanged serpent forged from the melted-down cannons of his enemies. As the brigantine's cold shadow fell across them, Rafen mentioned that by the bearded lady, he always forgets how big it is. She's a beast, sure enough. Sarah asked how in the world did a tight-fisted miser like Eli pay for such place. That cheapskate bastard never paid a kraken if he could spend a sprat. She heard he skipped out on his dues to the ocean, never so much as a drop of rum or a copper coin for the lords and ladies of the deep. Rafen argued that it is another reason for him to turn them around and not set foot on its deck. Even if a bit of that is true, then this is a doomed ship. The ocean needs its due. Any captain worthy of the name knows that. He gave a hex carbine to the waters off White Wharf after claiming Zachmont Zyglos's bounty. Rafen remembers it with a resigned shake of his head. Sarah promised that weapon to him. Sarah mentioned that it was decent craftsmanship too, but it wasn't a fortune manstopper. It was only pretty nice. Rafen replied that Sarah is just being cruel now. Sarah, with mock affectation, said that a queen must be cruel, only to be kind. As Rafen eased the boat up to a half-dozen others moored beneath a wide cargo net strung from the gunwale. The glossy hull of the moon serpent rose up like a black cliff, and dark silhouettes moved through the lamplight high above. Rafen, nodding toward the mottled green tide lines on the ship's black hull as he tied the boat up with a loose slipknot, mentioned that she's sitting high in the water for such a big ship. Sarah replied that her holds will be empty and most of the crew will be ashore, getting 3 sheets to the wind on whatever cheap rotgut Eli left them for his wake. Rafen pulls the oars in from the rowlocks and secures them along the gunwale. He asked Sarah once more if she was sure about this. Sarah rose and took hold of the cargo net, tipping her head back. She was not, but when given the choice of going forward or back, a strong woman once told her that it's always better to go forward. Hand over hand, Sarah and Rafen climbed to the moon serpent's deck. A pair of unsmiling twins in leather breeches and scaled shirts took Sarah's guns and Rafen's marlinspike dagger as soon as they clambered over the gunwale. Both women were heavily muscled and angrily sober, no doubt wishing they were ashore, partaking in Eli's wake rum instead of forming a skeleton crew for a bunch of captains who would, like as not, dance a jig to see one another dead. One of the twins wore a helmet made from the skull of a scuttle crab and matching patchwork armor of boiled shells, while the other had a face covered with tattoos of unblinking eyes. When the latter grinned at the sight of the Gundame forged pistols, Sarah saw that her mouth was filled with teeth prized from a razor scale's jawbone. She followed them as they made their way to the raised foredeck and marked which of the 3 chests they put the confiscated weapons into, a cannonball dent in the right side. An enormous bronze cannon sat on a carved ebony gun carriage just in front of the chests. The weapon's flare muzzle was sealed with wax, and a sail-shrouded body of Captain Eli would be entombed within, pickled in rum, vinegar, and camphor for its journey to the bottom of the sea. Sarah said it was a shame to send something so beautiful to the deep, definitely referring to the cannon. Rafen agreed. A finer 30-pounder he had yet to see. But it's tradition, and they don't go messing with traditions. Sarah turned her attention to the broad-shouldered figure standing immobile next to the shipwreck. She asked if the lifeless statue to help them if they ever broke tradition. He was swathed in a robe of iridescent scales, with a wide-mouthed fish-head hood ringed in razor teeth. He carried a tentacle-wrapped billhook, and Sarah immediately knew him for what he was. It's a rare honor to have a serpent collar at a captain's requiem. Rafen replied that it was amazing. He then asked what enough gold krakens can buy her. Within the jagged hood, the serpent collar wore a mask of perforated coral over the lower half of his face, while his eyes and forehead were obscured by a dried-out squid's body with crudely cut eye holes through which the priest surveyed the gathered captains. The wide deck was thronged with a host of Bilgewater reavers in all their finery, long coats, polished boots, tall hats, and archaic pieces of armor that would drag them straight to the ocean floor if they fell overboard. Sarah saw a wealth of gold and silver sigils and medals, Bahuru fishhook amulets, and lucky talismans to honor the lords and ladies of the deep. Some captains she knew from fighting or drinking, often both, and some she knew only by reputation. They, of course, all knew her, with her blood-red hair, creamy skin, and confident swagger. Sarah Fortune would be a hard woman to miss in any circumstance, but on that ship, she was a wild rose among poisoned thorns. Rafen mentioned it was quite a gathering. Sarah said it was nothing like death to really bring people together. Rafen nodded. Now he knows how a fat wave rider feels when it finds itself surrounded by a pack of hungry longtooths. Sarah shook her head. She believed the old man had it backward. Misfortune is the longtooth here. Rafen didn't reply as Sarah marched to the ship's center line and back, adjusting each stride for the motion of the ship's deck. Just as every pistol had its own unique character, so too did every ship. Its own way to crest the tides and heed the wind. She moved with the anchored ship's roll and sway, letting the creak and groan of seasoned timbers tell their secrets from her boots on up. Sarah mentioned that there's a shallow riding wallower, surprising for such a wide-beamed vessel. Rafen instinctively adjusted the width of his stance and said he'd liked them broad in the beam. Sarah sarcastically responded, and Rafen explained further. It's not as nimble as a cutter, but he'll wager a bottle of Myron's Dark she'll hold her tight to her bosom in rough seas. Shortly, a slender woman dressed in a long coat of pale blue, with gold edgings at the cuffs and bronze-fringed epaulettes, joined their conversation. The woman said that she's a grand old dame right sure, sank Darkwheel's glory, and even poked a few holes in the red Noxtora before the Mudtown fogs closed in and saved its cursed hide. A salt-stiffened bicorn flopped at a rakish angle on the woman's shaven head, and the state of her eyes, 2 poached eggs wobbling in a bowl of fish soup, told Sarah she'd been hitting the rum hard already. Her skin had the waxy yellowish complexion of someone only recently returned from a long sea voyage. Rafen greeted the woman, whose name is Captain Blackston. Rafen heard she was already dead. Rumors of her death fly around Bilgewater with every sunset, and with them men weep, and their wives curse the morn of their disproving. But Captain Blackston assures them that she is in the rudest of health. She then turned to Sarah and gave her an elaborate bow before offering her a hand. Sarah took it and was instantly on guard. Despite Blackston's drunken appearance and feather-light grip, She felt hard-earned calluses and powder-burn ridges on the heel of her palm. The captain introduced her full name to Miss Fortune, saying Marla Blackston is at her service, and then she released Sarah's hand. Blackston recently returned from a year of raiding the Amarantine coast, where the sea is clear, the sky blue, and the coastal settlements are fat, with more gold than a captain could spend in 10 lifetimes. Sarah commended the place and asked why Blackston would ever choose to return. Blackston explained that good times can only last so long. The inhabitants of said settlements had some strange ideas about ownership and not being dead. Also, they were able to summon some curious mage types who turned the sea and sky against her in ways she'd never seen before. Catching what she meant, Rafen clarified if Blackston had lost all of her ships. She waved her hand dismissively and answered, only a few. It was a temporary setback, one from which she expects to bounce back any day now. Sarah suggested that perhaps with a new crew and a shallow-riding wallower of a brigantine, that would be possible. Blackston laughed and said that anything is possible, before giving her another bow and rejoining a group of captains gathered around a leaking barrel of rum by the foremast. Shortly, Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she saw a face she recognized, an enemy face. Rafen saw him too and gripped her arm. He hissed urgently, reminding his captain about the truce. Sarah didn't answer, too focused on the man before her. She pulled her arm free and strode toward him, keeping her face expressionless. Blonde hair tied back in a rough ponytail, a loose strand hanging just so over his handsome, clean-shaven features. He looked up and met her gaze, the ice in his eyes frosting at her approach. The man opened his arms to her and was about to begin a conversation, but Sarah didn't let him finish. Hammering her fist into his gut without breaking stride, he buckled like he'd been hit by one of the 24-pounder balls, and his handsome face met her rising knee with a sickening crunch of bone. He flew back, and Sarah pounced on him before he could rise, straddling him and reaching for her pistol before remembering it was locked in a chest next to the mainmast. The cannonball dent is on the right side. Instead of shooting him, she hauled his head up by his collar and cocked her fist back for another punch. He coughed blood and lifted a forge-crafted hand of whirring bronze cogs, leather straps, and clicking mechanisms out in front of him. He wheezed through a broken nose and a mouthful of blood, begging her to stop. Sarah finally greeted and reminded him of what would happen if she ever saw him again. Captain Peter Harker. The last time she'd seen him, he'd been cradling the splintered, bloody ruins of his hand. The hand he'd always boasted killed the Crimson Blade. Peter, along with the captain's crow and Bragg, had conspired to strip her of her hard-won gains in the wake of her killing Gangplank. Both Crow and Bragg were now dead, one from a pistol ball to the head, the other with one lodged in his liver. Her pistol balls. Walking out of the gunfight at McGregor's kill house, she'd promised to take more than Peter's other hand if she ever saw him again. The truce of the sinking soul was a long-standing tradition in Bilgewater, more of an unwritten rule than a strictly enforced custom, but it allowed rival crews to gather without bloodshed when their captains attended the all-too-frequent funerals of old sea legends. That violent men and women would abide by such an archaic custom always struck Sarah as somewhat quaint. and until now, she'd always kept it in the if it ain't broken part of her mind. An iron grip seized her right elbow and pulled her clenched fist back. Rafen appeared on her left, dragging her off Peter. He tries to calm his captain down to avoid further conflicts, but part of Sarah wanted to land another punch. But by the time Rafen had her back on her feet, the anger had gone out of Sarah. She'd made her point, and so let herself be pulled away. Shortly, a rum-sodden voice echoed in her ear. Upon her last descent, all gathered heeded this oath. Sarah automatically chimed in with the set rule, saying, "Peace be upon them all. No harm to body or soul." Rafen joined and said that there should not be a shot nor blade, no serpent nor spell. Peter, scrambling away from her, finished the sentence and said that they should observe the truce of the sinking soul. Sarah let out a long breath and turned to see who, along with Rafen, had pulled her off. A hunched wretch in an expensive kraken skin coat, fresh octopus tentacle tie, and glistening stingray flat cap that was well above the tattered sackcloth she normally saw him wearing. Sarah shrugged off Rafen's touch as she recognized Thorn. Thorn said that he is Captain Thorn these days, spitting a wad of expensive dried seaweed tobacco to the deck and missing the polished toe of her boot by a finger's breadth. Sarah laughed. Him? A captain? Sarah questioned, since when? Thorn preened, looking like a powder monkey with a freshly stolen mango. He told Sarah that he finally got a ship now, and a crew of hearty sea rats off the back of what she had done to Crow and Bragg. His breath was like a bucket of rotten clams. Thorn could parade in expensive clothes, but he could never change who he truly was. Sarah told Thorn that he always was a bottom feeder. He should get out of her way. Thorn stood aside and warned her. Mark his words, Sarah Fortune. She'll get what's coming to her. Sarah just dismissed the weightless threat, and in 2 quick steps, she was standing over Peter Harker. She held her arm out and rippled her fingers, like she was flipping a coin along her knuckles. Sarah grinned as she asked if she could give him a hand. Peter, who was scrambling for his life, questioned if it was supposed to be funny. Sarah sarcastically replied once more, "It is funny. That's why she is smiling." Peter looked at her gloved hand through an eye that was already swollen and purple. Despite the obvious pain of his bleeding nose and winded gut, he grinned. Peter asked if he gives her his good hand, is she going to shoot it off? Sarah answered that she is not planning to, but the day's still young. He took her hand, and Sarah hauled him to his feet. Sarah now asked why Peter was there despite her warning. Peter said that there might not be a Corsair's conclave anymore, but traditions need to be upheld. Sarah, glancing at Rafen, irritably agreed. She pulled a handkerchief from her coat and handed it to Peter. He nodded gratefully and wiped the blood from his lips and chin before handing it back. Sarah told him to keep it, then nodded admiringly at his new prosthetic hand. It was a nice work. Doesn't look like Bilgewater craft. And she was partially right. It is, and it isn't. A new apprentice down at Bitterbelt's forge made it for Peter, a Zaunite lad named Gisbert. Sarah said it looked expensive, and Peter responded that it was. Sarah looked him up and down, taking in his tailored clothing, the well-fed cheeks, and the empty scabbard that looked like it might fold a fine blade. Whatever had become of Peter after losing his hand, he'd clearly bounced back well enough. Sarah keeps wondering if she should have killed him back at McGregor's. Peter also had often wondered why she'd let him live. He is glad Sarah didn't kill him, but if they were being honest, he's just the sort of fellow to seek dramatic revenge in some stupidly elaborate scheme. Despite herself, Sarah laughed, agreeing with Peter's words. But if he wants the truth, Sarah didn't kill him, because killing him would have been Gangplank's way of doing things, and she always tries to be better than he was. Vengeance might have consumed her, but Sarah doesn't want to be fully clouded as the infamous Miss Fortune. Although she does love her title, Sarah doesn't want to be the next Gangplank. Intrigued, Peter asked how that was working out for her. Sarah admitted that it was a work in progress. She then stepped between them, holding tin mugs hooked over her fingers in one hand and a large bottle of rum in the other. Rafen then offered them a drink. If the truce is holding and they are not going to start killing each other, then they might as well have a swig of Ally's rum. Sarah passed a mug to Peter before taking one for herself, as Rafen poured them all 2 fingers of the syrup brown liquid. Rafen reminded Sarah to keep her powder dry and her cutlass sharp. Sarah continued the phrase, "And the world will turn," and the 3 of them finally touched mugs. Sarah tipped her head back and took a mouthful, wincing at the gritty, overly sweet taste. For her, the drink was bad. Really bad. She questioned Rafen if he was sure they didn't put Ally's body in the rum barrel instead of the cannon barrel. Peter then said that Ally was known for many things, being a cruel old bastard, a ruthless captain, and a seasoned killer. But one thing he wasn't known for was his largesse in victuals. He pours the remains of his rum onto the deck. Sarah didn't know Peter knew Ally. He shook his head vigorously. He didn't. He only knew him by reputation, of course. But it's not like he ever set foot on the Moon Serpent before that day. Thorn chimed in and said that the man was an enigma, sidling up to Rafen and holding out his own mug. A regular man of mystery. But who cares about that? He's dead, and they aren't. Sarah shrugged and nodded to Rafen, who poured Thorn a generous measure. Thorn continued and mentioned that no one there knows much about the man. They say he never came ashore either. Always sent one of them vicious twins. So how did they hear how he died? Arriving with a mug in hand, Captain Blackston answered that she heard he was stabbed in his sleep by a cabin boy who'd taken 1 too many beatings. Rafen also duly poured her a measure. She wishes all of their lookouts sober as they drink for her. The drink is some of the good stuff. Bewildered, Sarah questioned if that was what she truly heard. From what Sarah had heard, he choked to death on a barb squid that wasn't quite dead in his dinner. Rafen shook his head, correcting his captain that she was referring to the cutters on the slaughter's dock. For Rafen, he heard it from one of the chandlers down at the grottos that he was so drunk he fell overboard. His pockets were so laden with gold that he sank all the way down, straight into the waiting grasp of the bearded lady. Instinctively, they all looked over the gunwale to the ocean floor below. The waters swirled around the ship, deep and black like a liquid mirror. She saw her wavering reflection, splintered by the water and lapping at the barnacled hull. Hard waves broke against the hull, the kind you saw when something large was coming up from below. Rafen reiterated that the sea had an evil cast to it that night. Sarah let out a breath and tapped her left eye twice with her right thumb, an old sailor's tradition to ward off evil influences. Tired of the pointless rumors, Sarah said that the man was an old man. Maybe he just died. That's what old men do best. Shortly, Blackston nodded out to the sea as she mentioned that a fog was coming. A chill passed through Sarah as she saw the fog was coming in from the southeast, cold, clammy, and freighted with the smell of the deepest ocean trenches. Thorn said it doesn't matter how the old bastard died. All that matters is what happens to his ship and his crew. That's why they were all here. Every one of them wants to claim that big prize. All 4 captains studied one another, each knowing that was exactly why they were here. Blackston brought up that no one had ever found his serpent sigil. Rafen scoffed as he reiterated her last words. That was the most likely case. It's sealed away in that cannon with him. Doesn't matter anyway. No one pays any heed to a captain's sigil these days. Sarah argued that maybe they should. There'd be a lot less bloodshed if they could just claim a ship and crew with the previous captain's sigil. Thorn grinned as he questioned if Sarah was scared of a little blood, not having the stomach for it. Sarah took a step toward him and said that truce or not, talk to her like that again, and she'll show him how much stomach she has for bloodshed. Exposing black teeth and rotten gums, Thorn laughed and said he didn't mean to upset her. He was just wondering how many of them gathered would have even the slightest hesitation about trying to claim Ali's crew if they could get their hands on that sigil. Sarah looked past Thorn at the other captains gathered on the Moon Serpent's deck, wondering the same thing. Most of them were small fry, with crews that were too green to make a serious play for Ali's ship. But the 3 drinking rum with her, now that was a motley crew indeed, and any one of them might be a rival she needed to worry about sticking a knife in her back. Before any of them could say anything in answer to Thorn's question, Sarah felt the deck shift underfoot, a slow roll and dip. She reached inside her coat and pulled out a silver coin, flicking it over the side of the ship. Thorn watched it tremble end over end into the water, and for a moment, she wondered if he might dive in after it. Thorn questioned why Sarah would do that. The place wasn't her ship. As the Moon Serpent's white sails unfurled, Sarah answered that someone had to, because they were getting underway. The ship sailed eastward out of Bilgewater Bay, taking a gently curving route to avoid the many jagged reefs, treacherous sandbanks, and jutting wrecks that could see a ship foundered. The fog Blackston had spotted had fully enveloped them now, and the ship sailed in an almost dead silence, interrupted only by the occasional shout between the skeleton crew. Despite the awfulness of the rum, Sarah, Rafen, Thorn, Peter, and Blackston worked their way through the rest of the bottle. After a couple of shots, the sweetness became bearable, and Sarah felt her mood loosening. With the bottle empty, Rafen threw it overboard, and Sarah sent him below deck to find another. The Moon Serpent sailed onward, deeper into the fog. More theories as to how Ali had died were offered, each more ridiculous than the last. And Sarah found herself wiping tears of laughter from her eyes as Peter finished a preposterous tale of Ali falling afoul of the trickster, a yordle famous among the voyagers named Fizz. That tale tells that Ali was led out to sea in a golden narwhal costume, only to be carved up by the revenant Blood Harbor Ripper, known as Pike, in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Later that night, a distant voice, muffled by the fog, called out from the crow's nest. Sarah asked what the voice said, peering up through the rigging. She held on to the gunwale rail as her vision spun a tad. The rum was bad, but it was strong. Time to ease up. Bleary-eyed from the rum, Blackston claimed that she thinks it said something like land ho or possibly Sandlow. Sarah blinked. Sandlow? Why would it say that? Taking another belt of rum, Peter giggled. He believed it was a traditional Shuriman greeting. Sarah fought the laughter bubbling up from her gut as she heard the clatter of iron chains spilling off the deck, swiftly followed by the heavy splash of an anchor hitting the water. Thorn mentioned that they were finally at their destination, spitting a viscous wad of tobacco into the sea. Sarah peered through the mist, seeing a craggy spur of black rock rearing out of the water. Salt crystals glittered in the weak light of the stars. Its moon-shard reef. Sarah questioned why in the name of the lady's beard they were there. Peter answered that Alai always claimed he was part Marai on his mother's side, a Vestayan race of half-human, half-sea creatures. Thorn calls it a bluff. He strongly believed that the man had never even seen a Marai, let alone been birthed from one. Blackston thinks it would make for an exotic tale, mystic origins, magical blood, that sort of thing. Kind of backstory every captain wishes they had. Wish she'd thought of it. The thumping of wood on wood halted further discussions, and Sarah turned to see the serpent collar hammering the raised foredeck with his tentacle-wrapped billhook. In his other hand, he held a flaming torch that burned with a brilliant silver light. The serpent collar then said that the sea is this world's cemetery, and its souls sleep best without a monument. His voice a grating hiss through the coral mist. All other graveyards show symbols of distinction between great and small, rich and poor. But the king, the fool, the prince, and the peasant are all the same in the ocean. Now, fellow travelers of the sea, heed his words. It is time to pay the ocean its due. Sarah took one last sip as she embodied the name of misfortune again. It was about time to get this done and go home. Sarah and the other captains gathered before the wax-stoppered canyon as the serpent collar's eyes swept over them all. She felt the potency of the rum swimming around her body and saw a number of the other captains swaying with more than the motion of the ship. But then Sarah realized, where in the 8 seas is Rafen? She didn't want any more rum. She just wanted him here by her side. The twins who'd met her and Rafen as they came aboard to confiscate their weapons worked a block and tackle over to the center of the deck. An enormous hook on a thick rope loop was lowered and secured to the lifting ring on the cannon, just behind the oiled fuse. Tears were streaming down Blackston's face, thinking it was a waste. Sarah noticed it and mentioned she didn't realize Blackston and Alai were close. Blackston denied it. She meant the cannon. That's an Orban 30-pounder, probably one of only a handful left in existence. One hit from that would punch a hole clean through a Noxian warship, from stem to stern. Crying shame to see it go to waste. Thanks to her mother's teachings, Sarah knew more about pistols and rifles than she did about the intricacies of ship-borne weapons. But even she had to agree the bronze cannon was far too good for the likes of a miserly soul like Alai. Was that a final insult to those left behind? That his most beautiful weapon would serve as his tomb and never belong to anyone else? Something niggled about that, though. A nagging feeling she was missing something. Crabhat secured the hook to the cannon. Then she and her twin stood back as the serpent collar began to speak. captains of Bilgewater. It does his heart proud to see so many of them there that day, the best and the worst, the scum and the cream of their city's reaver kind. A few mutters went through the captains at so harsh an opening, but serpent collars were known to be touched by the bearded lady, and their ways were unknowable to most people. Their fair isles stand at a pivotal moment in their history, and many paths lead into the future, as tangled and inconstant as the many limbs of Nagakaburos. But he had seen the way forward. On many of these paths, he sees the peaks and coves of the Serpent Isles ablaze, its people dying as their enemies close in. But on one path, one singular path, he sees them proud, stronger than ever, a united people under a great leader. Sarah's brow furrowed. Yes, the serpent callers were a strange bunch, but this was beyond anything she'd heard any of them say before. They have gathered there to see Captain Eli down to the depths, a man whose boots none of them were fit to clean, a man of vision, a man who knew what needed to be done. The twins began hauling on the pulley ropes to lift the cannon, their muscles bunching and straining as the rear end of the cannon, gun carriage and all, began lifting from the deck. The barrel tilted downward, and were it not for the waxed stopper, Sarah felt she could have looked right down its length to see Eli's dead body. The serpent caller stated that all of them have failed Nagakaburos. They all have fought and betrayed one another, like rat town scum scrabbling over a copper sprat. None of them was the vision to raise a fleet like the ones of old, and make Bilgewater ruler of the waves. They all throw their coins and their tributes into the water, and for what? For safety? A blessing? No. It's a sacrifice they were offering, a blood price for the ocean to lend you its wrath. But what does the ocean care for copper coins or the smallest fish of the catch? For Bilgewater to prosper, it needs a red tide of offerings. Sarah surreptitiously glanced around at the other captains to see what they were making of the serpent caller's lunacy. But clearly the rum had numbed them to just how insane this was. She felt eyes upon her and saw Peter looking right at her. He gave her a terse smile, and her unease ratcheted up several notches. She saw he was easing, half-step by half-step, toward the gunwale. Sarah looked back down the cannon barrel, and then she knew. Sarah ran toward the raised foredeck, tearing off her hat and reaching up to pull out twin stilettos, masquerading as hairpins. Each was a slender needle of blackened steel with a round skull pommel, and she knew just where to stick them to kill a man stone dead. The serpent caller screamed, tearing off his mask and hood so everyone could see him. He offers the sea their blood, their sacrifice, so everyone would know who had brought them there to die. Sarah saw a gray-bearded face, furrowed by old age and aglow with madness. A long scar bisected his leathery face from right eyebrow to left cheek, and the wisps of his beard were twisted into thin braids entwined with pearls and fishhooks. His eyes were the eyes of a man who never paid a kraken if he could spend a sprat, who skipped out on the ocean's tithe on every voyage, a man she knew from reputation and decades of bloody legend. Sarah cursed at Eli for being a treacherous bastard. The twins saw her coming, but couldn't yet release the chains holding the cannon's rear aloft. Time slowed for Sarah, her heart beat like the slow tolling of the bell upon the widow's manse whenever a ship was lost to the ocean. It felt like she was running knee-deep in sticky guts in the carving bays of the slaughter docks. Ally replied, saying Captain Fortune is too late. He swept the torch down to the back of the cannon and roared in triumph. She pulled her back hand to throw one of her stilettos. She knew she wouldn't make it. The silver flame lit the oiled touch paper, and the world exploded in a deafening blast of fire and thunder. But then, she wasn't dead. It was Sarah's first surprise. Her second was that the moon serpent was still afloat. A cannon that big ought to have hauled the ship all the way down to the ocean and broken its keel. She couldn't hear anything, not really. Her ears were filled with a high-pitched whine, maddeningly shrill and muffled at the same time. She rolled onto her side, wincing as she felt blood streaming down her arm. A dull awareness of foggy, distant sounds coming from behind made Sarah turn her head. A scene of utter carnage, worse than anything she'd seen in a long time. And suddenly, she knew why the ship wasn't sinking. The cannon had been primed with canister shot. It was a load designed to shred and maim flesh, but leave a vessel intact. And it had worked its lethal power with horrifying potency. Sarah's mad dash toward Ally had carried her mostly clear of the wide fan of red-hot fragments, but the other captains weren't so lucky. Men and women lay sprawled on the deck, slick with blood. Those closest to the gun were almost unrecognizable, transformed from living, breathing human beings into scraps of bloody meat. Shorn arms and legs lay scattered in gory heaps, and it was all but impossible to tell which limb belonged to which body. But not everyone was dead. Those captains toward the rear of the throng writhed in agony, bleeding from scores of deep lacerations and screaming the name of the bearded lady. Sarah could still barely hear them. She saw Blackston lying in a lake of blood, her fine blue coat cut to pieces, as if someone had given her 100 lashes from a barbed cat-o'-nine-tails. Sarah couldn't tell if she was dead or alive, but she was lying very still. Thorns slithered out from behind her, and with the luck typical of that lowlife, it looked like he'd escaped the worst of the blast, using Blackston as a human shield. Rafen. Where's Rafen? Sarah couldn't see him and could only hope that he'd found a way to survive. He must have. He's Rafen. He survives everything. Then her eyes settled on a figure lying sprawled against the railings, bloodied but mostly unhurt. Peter Harker. He grinned, and hate filled Sarah as she knew that somehow, in some way, that smug, conniving sea slug had known about Ally's trap. He had to have been part of setting it up, a glittering silver-tongued lure for captains who didn't know him well enough to send him packing. Sarah saw the deck hatch swing open, and the skeleton crew that had sailed them out to the moon-shared reef emerged with long gutting knives to finish what their vile captain had begun. They moved as if in a languid dream, skewering bellies and cutting throats with sadistic relish. Anger surged through Sarah, and she sat upright, blinking through tears of pain. Sarah complained. The man is alive. He must do something. With that thought blazing in her mind, sounds rushed back, and her vision cleared. The screams of the dying drove her to her feet, and she swept up her stilettos once again. Eli stood far behind the smoking cannon, arms aloft and surveying his bloody handiwork with the eyes of a zealot. Sarah sprinted toward him again, but this time the twins rushed past their captain to intercept her. She vaulted over the cannon and hammered her boots into the face of the twin with the tattooed eyes all over her skull. Razor-scale teeth splintered under Sarah's iron-hard boot heels and sent the woman flying backward. And then Sarah landed lightly and leaped to the side as Crabhat swung a monstrous, fang-toothed club at her head. It smashed the deck boards to splinters, and Sarah rolled to her feet, hammering her daggered fist into the woman's back. The crab-shell armor was hard and smooth, and the stiletto slid clear without penetrating. The woman wrenched the club from the deck and spun around, the weapon slashing just over Sarah's head. Her tattooed twin was up again, blood streaming down her face of many eyes, turning it into a hideous grimace. She held a pair of long punch daggers with razor-toothed sawfish blades. She came at Sarah in a flurry of blows, elbows, and high kicks. Sarah tried to parry and dodge, only barely avoiding each killing blow. She could hold her own in a fight, but she'd take a pistol over a pair of thin daggers any day. By the time they'd backed up toward the cannon, Sarah's shirt was soaked in blood, and she was seriously considering the wisdom of her plan to fight hand to hand. From the corner of her eye, she saw the armored twin winding up for another strike. 2-1, this fight would end badly for Sarah. Tattooed eyes slashed her dagger low, and Sarah grunted as it cut a line of fire across the side of her thigh. She dropped to one knee as a reverse stroke came for her throat. She lifted her arm to parry, and the slashing blade cut straight through the fabric of her coat. The impact sent searing bolts of pain up Sarah's arm, but the iron rods specially woven into the back of the sleeve halted the blade before it hit flesh. Her foe let out a triumphant reaction, but the grin fell from her face as she realized Sarah was unhurt. Sarah mentioned the Gideon and Sons, battle tailors and war clothiers. She then hammered her stiletto up through the soft flesh on the underside of her foe's jaw. Her eyes flew wide in shock, and Sarah saw the black needle of the blade behind her razor teeth as it punched up into her brain. Sarah rose and kicked the dead body away as her twin screamed in anguish. Stiletto versus war club. Bad odds. Really bad odds. Sarah risked a glance behind her. Cannonball dent in the right side. This was her chance to even those odds. The armored twin launched herself at Sarah in fury, her huge toothed club rising for a strike. The weapon slashed down in an executioner's arc, and Sarah dived aside at the last instant. The iron head of the club smashed the chest behind Sarah apart. She spun inside the twin's guard and drove her blade into a gap between the plates of crab-shell armor. The woman grunted and stumbled backward, tearing the weapon from Sarah's hand. Sarah turned and began frantically searching through the shattered ruin of the chest, sweeping aside damaged knives, brass knuckles, and iron-tipped cudgels. She hissed while searching for something to use as a weapon while hearing the scrape of a club being lifted from the deck. A broken handle, a bent blade. Had one of the twins hidden them somewhere else, hoping to keep them for themselves? And then her palm closed on the smooth ivory-handled grips she knew better than anything. Sarah spun the twin pistols into her grip and snapped the firing mechanism into place. She twisted and dived to the side, pulling the triggers in a storm of shots. Crabshell armor was proof against blades and hooks, but against Gundame-forged weapons, the tattooed woman might as well have been naked. Red-hot pistol balls blasted through her armor, and she toppled over the cannon, leaking vital fluids from more than a dozen neat holes. Sarah rose to her feet and tensed as she felt the roll and sway of the deck change. It was a subtle change, almost unnoticeable. A change in the angle of the anchored ship's prow as the swell of the ocean shifted. Miss Fortune said that now that's not good, as Eli limped toward her, distraught at the sight of the dead twins. He cried, claiming that Miss Fortune killed them. Sarah fired a shot into each of his kneecaps. That's for all the captains he killed that night. Eli screamed, writhing on the deck. He wept and feebly tried to swing his billhook at her. Sarah easily batted it aside and jammed a pistol under his chin. She then asked for any last words. It was his funeral after all. The deck shifted again, and a deathly silence fell over the ship. Even the wounded seemed to recognize the strange quality of the darkness closing in around them, as a deep rumbling sound rose from the water. Sarah sensed fearful tremors running through the ship's timbers. Sarah demanded to know what was happening, jabbing the pistol harder into Eli's throat. What else could he possibly have planned that night? Unfortunately for them, this was none of Eli's doing. Despite his obvious agony, he laughed with the hysteria of a man who knew his time had come. His bill to the sea is due, and misfortune is going to pay it with him. Sarah had felt something like this in the bones of a ship once before. 9 years ago, just north of Bilgewater, and making the last, hooking sprint to the inner bay. They'd been returning from a bounty run, up by Drakengate, and spotted a smuggler running a slimmed-down carrack out of the Ironwater Coves, fleeing the Serpent Isles, with treasures looted from a Bahuru temple. She still remembered the mournful rumble of the titanic serpent horns as they echoed over the ocean, and the terror as her crew watched an abyssal kraken rear up from the water to smash the carrack to matchwood and drag all aboard to their deaths. The shift in the deck as the kraken had passed under their ship felt just like this. Sarah ran to the gunwale and searched the fog and the ocean. The sea swirled around the crags of Moonshard Reef, dark and keeping its secrets. No one knew just how deep it got around there, but any ship that sank out that way was never seen again, never washed up on the Isles. What's out there? And then she saw it. 200 yards out, huge and unyielding, a titan rising from the deep. The vast dome of its helmeted head broke the water, twin eyes glowing with the orange light of a smelting furnace. The water boiled around it, frothed to madness by a dark miasma surrounding its wavering outline, and left an oily slick in its wake. Its body was huge, encased in plates of corroded iron, looped with chains torn from countless sunken vessels. Across one shoulder, it carried a colossal hook-bladed anchor, dripping with black water and garlanded with rotten weeds from the deepest, darkest abyss. Sarah's mind refused to process what she was seeing. That is impossible. It was a dark legend come to life, a scary story told around the beer-soaked tables of the wharfside taverns by drunken rakes hoping for a free drink. She knew its name, had even laughed at the impossibility of its existence. But here it was, rising from the ocean with booming, ponderous strides. The drowned tallyman comes to claim the ocean's due. Even his name was said to be a curse. Nautilus, the revenant titan of the depths. The water exploded as Nautilus hurled his anchor at the moon serpent. A tidal wave made stagnant and rotten by its time in the darkness washed over the ship. As the anchor crashed into the deck, it smashed clear through the timbers, and the ship tilted wildly to port as the impossible weight of it pulled it over. Sarah fell against the railing and jammed her pistols home in their shoulder holsters as the ship tilted downward. Crew screamed as they slid down the angled deck or were thrown overboard. The anchor ripped clear of the ship's side, and the ship violently righted itself. Sarah looked up at the sound of splintering masts overhead. Silver sails billowed as the topmast and mizzen snapped like twigs, falling to the shattered deck to crush a dozen men or more. She struggled to her feet, hearing the groan of a keel bending under stresses it had never been designed to endure. Caulked timbers split, and geysers of black water erupted all along the length of the deck. Sarah turned to Ally, who clung to the bronze cannon that ought to have served as his tomb. She blamed him for everything that was happening, as the looming shadow of Nautilus reared up from the water. The carved wooden railing smashed to splinters as a massive hand, surely too large to have once been mortal, slammed down on the foredeck. Another swiftly followed, trailing a length of chain that slithered with a black, oily substance. Ally screamed in panic, convincing himself that Nautilus is not real. His mind was undone by the sight of Nautilus. Still mad at Ally, Sarah shouted at him, saying he looks pretty damn real to her. Her voice was louder than the cacophony of smashing wood, tearing sails, and terrified screams. Fiery heat washed over her as Nautilus hauled his bulk over the gunwale and turned his infernal gaze upon her. She felt the deathly heat of it crawling over her skin, its touch loathsome and invasive, as if the Titan of the depths could see into her very soul. Nautilus's titanic weight heeled the ship over again, and Sarah grabbed hold of the looped pulley ropes as the deck tilted crazily. The front of the cannon slid sideways as the block and tackle swung wildly, and its knotted ends strained to bear its colossal weight. The wooden pegs securing the wheels of the gun carriage in place creaked ominously. Ally pulled his way along the cannon toward her. He screamed once more, stating he won't go alone. If the ocean wants him, he'll drag misfortune down with him. The man was a lunatic, like the crippled sailors raving in Bilgewater's alleys, with a mind destroyed by the foulest rotgut. His fraudulent serpent collar robes had come loose, and dangling from his neck on a leather thong was a silver and brass sigil of 3 intertwined serpents. Swinging on the pulley, Sarah tried to kick him away, but he had a madman's strength, clawing at her throat with his free hand. Cracked fingernails drew blood, and she struggled to find purchase as the ship tipped over onto its side, its port side now completely underwater. Far above them, Nautilus drew back his anchor once again and brought it down like a colossal woodsman's axe. Its unnatural mass sheared through the deck amidships, and Sarah heard the thunderous crack of the keel finally splitting. The vessel's stern rose up sharply, and the sounds of Ally's screaming crew echoed in the mist. On the ocean, they are all equal, went the old saying, but right now, Sarah didn't give a wharf rat's shit for those murderous, traitorous bastards. Let them all drown. The front half of the ship sprang up with the force of the blow, then slammed back down onto the ocean, tilting back upright as seawater poured into the bow section. The weight of it was dragging the prow deeper underwater with every passing second. In moments, nothing would remain on the surface. A body slammed into the deck next to her. Ally's tattooed daughter, the one with Sarah's stiletto still jammed in her brain. Slicks of black fluid spilled from her mouth and swirled in her eyes. With a groan of screeching metal, Nautilus reached for Ally with a massive corroded gauntlet. His crushing grip fastened on the treacherous captain's torso and pulled. Ally held fast to Sarah with lunatic strength, as though they embraced like lovers. Sarah couldn't shake him loose. She snarled, saying it was all because Ally wouldn't pay the damn title. On the other hand, Ally fought to hold on to her. The ocean would take her as well as him. Sarah confidently said that not today. Reaching up and back to grip the skull pommel of the stiletto wedged in the soft tissue under the tattooed twin's jaw. She pulled hard, and the blade slid free in a welter of fluids. Sarah reversed her grip on the weapon. She asked Nautilus if he wanted Ally, then he's all his. She then rammed the blade into the side of Ally's neck, driving it hard through to the other side. His head snapped back, and Sarah's hand flashed out to catch a falling leather thong cut loose from around Ally's throat. His grip spasmed, and the metal titan wrenched him back, just as the deck hook securing Sarah's rope loop snapped. The full weight of the cannon yanked on the block and tackle, lifting Sarah away from the weapon and Ally. Swinging wildly above the sinking ship, she watched as Nautilus turned and sank back into the ocean, the screaming Ally clutched in one iron fist. The water closed over him, a trail of frantic bubbles following Ally down as Nautilus returned to the darkness below with his bounty. As Ally was dragged down, Sarah took grim pleasure in seeing the look of terror in his eyes at his fate, condemned to an eternity in darkness, without so much as a pauper's marker to his name. The moon serpent's prow rose almost vertically in the ocean, and Sarah swung on the rope to reach the jutting serpent figurehead. Her booted feet caught the silver fangs, and she managed to remain upright as the ship slowly sank into the ocean. With a moment's pause, she saw the back half of the boat was almost entirely underwater, with only a few sailors crowded in around the upright stern. So close she could likely have swung over to reach them. One of the survivors was Peter Harker, and she felt bilious hatred rise in her gorge. Peter did tell her he was just the sort of fellow to seek dramatic revenge in some stupidly elaborate scheme. Admittedly, he didn't quite see it turning out like this. Sarah didn't give him a chance to finish, throwing the rope loop toward him like a lasso, and no harpooner had ever cast so perfect a throw. The loop settled around Peter's neck like a noose, but before he could lift it clear, Sarah drew her pistol and aimed upward. Sarah told Peter to say hello to Ally for her on the way down, and then she pulled the trigger. The shot smashed the block and tackle straining to hold the cannon's enormous weight, and it immediately fell into the ocean. Sarah had a fraction of a second to savor the look of horror on Peter's eyes before the rope snapped taut and wrenched him from his perch. His scream was cut short as he hit the water and vanished into the depths as the cannon dragged him all the way down. Standing atop the serpent figurehead, Sarah watched the moon serpent's stern finally go under in a swirl of foaming water and cracking timbers. The few sailors still clinging to the wreckage paddled frantically on the surface before the suction of the wreck finally pulled them down with it. Looking down, she reckoned she had a few seconds at best before the prow did the same to her. "Shame to send something so beautiful to the deep," said a voice behind her, and Sarah smiled. She looked over her shoulder to see Rafen in their landing boat, soaked to the skin and covered in cuts, bruises, and bites. The storm lamp on the prow bobbed like a welcome beacon of safety. Misfortune thanked the kind old man. Rafen kiddingly said that he was referring to the cannon as he carefully rowed toward her. Sarah agreed, but it's tradition, and they don't go messing with traditions. As the dust settled, Sarah finally asked Rafen where in the name of the bearded lady he got into. She needed him on the damn deck when everything went to shit. Rafen shrugged and said that he went below to get another bottle of rum and ran into Ally's crew fixing a murder scene. They didn't take kindly to being discovered and tried to cut his damn head off. Rafen managed to gut a couple with some borrowed steel, but had to jump out of a gunport before they shanked him good. He swam around to get their boat, getting feasted on by all that lives under the surface. But he is there now, still alive. So does she want to get on board, or is she planning to go down with the ship? Stepping casually from the figurehead to the landing boat, Sarah said that the ship's captain had already gone with her. With her safely aboard, Rafen rowed them away from the doomed moon serpent as the figurehead and its topmost mast finally went under in a swirl of bubbles, rope, and broken spars. Sarah moved to the back of the landing boat, now seeing she wasn't the only passenger Rafen had picked up. A bloodied body in a lacerated coat of pale blue, gold cuffs, and frayed bronze epaulettes lay slumped in the landing boat's bilges. It was Blackston, and Sarah immediately asked if she was still alive. Rafen answered that she was just about. Rafen thinks that even though Blackston is a blowhard, she didn't deserve to go down with scum like Ally. It didn't feel right to leave her to drown. Sarah said nothing, too exhausted to do more than nod. Rafen now curiously asked what in the 8 seas happened up there while he was gone. Sarah told him that he'd never believe her at all. Rafen guessed it was Sarah that sank the ship by firing the damn cannon into the deck. But Sarah said it wasn't her. What happened up there was all Ally's doing. Sarah has a look that tells Rafen not to ask more. Though Sarah did manage to get something. She opened her palm to reveal a disc stamped with 3 intertwined serpents of silver and brass. It was Ali's sigil. It might not mean much these days, but they'll see what happens when she shows it to the rest of his crew once they've sobered up. Rafen grinned. At least their trip wasn't a total waste of time. Sarah slumped in the back of the boat and watched as the rearing crag of Moonshard Reef began to fade into the mist. She narrowed her eyes as she saw a lone figure climb from the water and shake itself dry. A hunched wretch in an expensive kraken skin coat. It was Thorn. It's always the bloody rats that make it out. Rafen didn't hear her well. He clarified if someone else had made it out. Sarah turned away and said no. No one at all. As Sarah continued to voyage the dangerous seas, there were still some targets that she must see, and so her path of vengeance continues. Bilgewater's White Wharf had earned its name thanks to the layer of bird waste covering it from end to end, which was only to be expected at a resting place for the dead. Folks there didn't bury corpses, they returned them to the sea. A grave of the sunken dead hung suspended in the cold depths, marked by hundreds of bobbing grave buoys. Some were merely name posts, while others were elaborate tomb markers carved to resemble rearing krakens or buxom sea wenches. Miss Fortune sat on an empty crate of Rapture rum at the end of the wharf, legs crossed and a noxious cheroot dangling from her bottom lip. In one hand she held a length of breathing tube connected to a half-submerged coffin floating low in the water. In the other, she grasped a length of frayed rope running through a rusted pulley block and tied to the coffin lid. Both her pistols were holstered within easy reach. Moonlight cast a weak glow through the mist rolling in from the sea, staining the water's scummed surface tobacco yellow. Cawing carrion gulls lined every sway-backed roof on the quayside, which was always a good omen. They knew better than anyone the signs of fresh pickings. It was about time, Miss Fortune whispered, as a shaven-headed man in a drake-scale frock coat emerged from the narrow, debris-choked alley. A pack of needle-toothed wharf rats stalked him, hoping he was drunk and might pass out to become easy meat. The man's name was Jacquemont Zyglos, one of the Painted Brothers. Any corsair worth his salt had tattoos, but every inch of Zyglos was inked with clawed serpents, lovers' names, and a record of every boat he'd sunk, every man he'd murdered. His skin was as good a confession as any she'd known. He marched purposefully along the wharf, but his eyes darting warily from side to side gave the lie to his confidence. His hand gripped a long cutlass with a shark-toothed edge that hung low on his hip. He too boasted a firearm, a stubby carbine with glassy pipes running the length of its barrel. Zyglos asked Miss Fortune where the guy they talked about was, since she promised she'd bring him. But Miss Fortune just ignored his question and asked if that was a Piltover hex carbine. Irritated, the Zyglos demanded an answer. Miss Fortune calmly told him to answer her first, letting some rope out through the pulley and allowing the coffin to sink a little more. After all, she's not sure how long this breathing tube is, and she wouldn't want his brother to go without air. Realizing the current stakes, Zyglos took a breath, and she saw the tension go out of him. He finally answered and said it was a Piltover hex carbine. Then he drew the weapon and held it out by the trigger guard. Their small chatter continues as Miss Fortune lets out even more rope. Bubbles of air escaped the now fully submerged coffin. Zyglos held up his hands, instantly contrite. Zyglos now pleaded, telling Misfortune that she could have the pricey item just pull his brother up. She then asked if he would follow her rules quietly. Zyglos barked fatalistic laughter. What choice does he have? Misfortune already sank his ships and killed all of his men. She sent his kin to the poorhouse or the jail, and for what? A stolen hex gun? A bounty? Not caring about Zyglos's breakdown, Misfortune just told him a little of both and then some. Triggered, Zyglos asked how much his worth to her. Misfortune said that if he was referring to coins, then around 500 silver serpents. Zyglos questioned why she would cause all this mayhem for a lousy 500 serpents. The truth was, it's not the money that made him her target. It's the fact that he is one of Gangplank's sworn men. That's why she wanted him dead. Agitated, Zyglos started to panic, since the warrant says alive. Misfortune confirmed it too, but she had never been very good at following instructions. She then released the rope and the breathing tube. The coffin plunged into the darkness of the sunken dead, trailing a froth of frantic bubbles. Zyglos screamed his brother's name and ran at her, drawing his serrated sword. She let him get within spitting distance before drawing her pistols and blasting him with both barrels, one through the eye, one in the heart. Misfortune spat her cheroot into the sea and blew the smoke from each muzzle. Now it was counted as self-defense. She smiled, rehearsing her lie for the bounty pursers. Crazy fool came at her with that fanged sword of his. She didn't have a choice. Misfortune bent to retrieve the fallen hex carbine. She turned the weapon over in her hands. Too light for her tastes, but artfully made and absurdly lethal. The ghost of a smile twitched the corner of her mouth as she thought back to the warmth of the old workshop, the smell of gun oil, and the touch of her mother's hand on her shoulder. Misfortune sighed and shook off the memory before it turned sour. She threw the pistol out over the water, sending it down to the dead. The sea demanded its due after all, and she'd not lied. The weapon was worth a small fortune. Sarah stood and strolled back into Bilgewater. She knew she ought to throw Zyglos's corpse into the water too, but the wharf rats and the carrion gulls had to eat. Fresh meat was a rare delicacy on the White Wharf. The air around the White Wharf usually smelled of gull crap and rotten fish. That day, it tasted of scorched meat and wood smoke, a flavor with which Misfortune was coming to associate with ever more of Gangplank's men dying. Ash darkened the sky, and reeking fumes drifted westwards from burning vats of rendered leviathan blubber on the slaughter docks. Misfortune's mouth felt greasy, and she spat onto the crooked timbers of the wharf. The water below was scummed with residue, expelled by the thousands of corpses, sunk beneath the water over the years. Nodding toward the smoke rising from the western cliffs, Misfortune mentioned that Rafen and his men had a busy night. Rafen agreed, but plenty more of Gangplank's men were going under that day. Misfortune asked how many Rafen got, and he answered around another 10 of his crag-side lads. Because of that, the boneyard scallies won't be bothering them again. Misfortune nodded in approval and turned to look at the ornate bronze cannon laid on the quayside. Jackknife Burn lay inside the barrel, finally dead from the gunshot he'd taken on the day everything changed. The day the dead pool exploded in full view of Bilgewater. A gunshot was meant for her. Now it was time for Burn to go down among the dead men, and she owed it to him. to be there to see him go under. Around 200 men and women had come to pay their respects, her own lieutenants, Byrne's old gang members, and strangers she thought might be former crewmen or curious gawkers hoping to see the woman who'd brought down Gangplank. Byrne said he'd once run his own ship, a 2-masted brigantine that was the terror of the Noxian coast. But she only had his word for that. Maybe that was true, maybe it wasn't. But in Bilgewater, more often than not, the truth was far stranger than any tales spun by the city's many shantymen. Shortly, Misfortune started a conversation, saying she saw him getting them to fight each other on the slaughter docks. Misfortune brushed particles of ash from her lapels. Long red hair spilled from beneath a tricorn hat and gathered on the shoulders of her formal frock coat. Rafen answered that it wasn't hard to turn the Rat Town dogs and wharf kings against each other. Ven Galler always had his eye on that patch. Says Traven's boys took it from his old man a decade ago. Misfortune asked if that was true, but Rafen doesn't know either. Though it doesn't matter nohow. Galler would say anything to get control of that part of the docks. Rafen just helped him along. She then mentioned that there won't be much left to control over there now. Rafen agreed with a grin. They pretty much killed the hell out of each other. He doesn't reckon they'll get trouble from either of them gangs anytime soon. Misfortune then mentioned that if another week like that happens, then there won't be any of Gangplank's people left alive. Rafen gave her a strange look, and Misfortune pretended not to notice. She then instructed Rafen to get Byrne sunk. They walked over to the cannon, ready to roll it into the sea. A forest of wooden markers dotted the scummed surface of the water, ranging from simple wooden discs to elaborate sculptures of sea worms. Misfortune asked the crowd if anyone wanted to say anything. Nobody did, and she nodded to Rafen. But before they could tip the cannon into the water, a booming voice echoed over the wharf. "I bring words for him." Misfortune turned to see a giant of a woman, clad in colorful robes and acres of fabric striding down the docks toward them. A posse of tattooed menfolk accompanied her, a dozen youths armed with tooth-bladed spears, wide-mouthed pistols, and hooked clubs. They swaggered like the cocksure gangsters they were, standing with their priestess like they owned the docks. It was Illaoi, the Kraken priestess. Misfortune muttered, questioning what she was doing there. Rafen asked Misfortune if Illaoi knows Byrne, but Misfortune said no. Instead, Illaoi knows her. Misfortune also whispered that she heard Illaoi and Gangplank used to be lovers. Rafen then realized that no wonder Okeo's men had been giving them such a hard time these last few weeks. Illaoi carried a heavy stone sphere that looked as if it weighed about as much as the siren's anchor. The towering priestess carried it wherever she went, and Misfortune assumed it was some kind of totem. What everyone else called the bearded lady, they called something virtually unpronounceable. Illaoi produced a mango from somewhere and took a bite. She noisily chewed the fruit with her mouth open and looked down the barrel of the cannon. She then clarified whether a Bilgewater man deserves a blessing from Nagakaburos. Misfortune agreed. The man is going down to meet the goddess after all. Illaoi corrected her, saying Nagakaburos doesn't live in the depths. Only foolish Pelongi think that. Nagakaburos is in everything they do that moves them along their path. On the other hand, Misfortune just sarcastically agreed, saying she's stupid for not knowing. Ilaoi spat the fibrous mango pit into the water and swung the stone idol around like a giant cannonball, holding it up in front of Miss Fortune. Ilaoi laughed and said Sarah is not stupid, but Sarah doesn't even know what she is, what she has done. Tired of the conversation, Miss Fortune questioned why Ilaoi was there. Is it because of Gangplank? Ilaoi snorted, saying not even a little bit. Her life is for Nagakaburos, a god or a man. What choice is that? Miss Fortune once again agreed with her, saying it was bad luck for Gangplank then. Ilaoi grinned, exposing a mouthful of pulped mango. She told Miss Fortune that she was not wrong, but she still didn't hear it. Sarah let a razor eel off the hook. She ought to stamp on its neck and walk away before it sinks its fangs into her. Then her motion will be gone forever. Confused, Miss Fortune asked what Ilaoi meant. Ilaoi, holding out her hand, told her to come and see her when she figured it out. Nestled in her palm was a pendant of pink coral arranged in a series of curves, radiating from a central hub like a single unblinking eye. It's a token of Nagakaburos to guide Sarah when she is lost, and Ilaoi gave it to her. Miss Fortune tried to ask for further details, but Ilaoi had nothing more to say about it. Miss Fortune hesitated, but too many people were gathered for her to openly offend a priestess of the bearded lady by refusing her gift. She took the pendant and removed her tricorn to loop the leather thong around her neck. Ilaoi leaned in to whisper, telling Sarah that she doesn't think she is stupid, so she must prove her right. Miss Fortune questioned why she would care about what she thinks. Ilaoi nodded at something over Miss Fortune's shoulder. She told her that a storm is coming, and since she has been the one leading Bilgewater, Sarah must be ready to turn her prow into the waves. Ilaoi then turned and kicked Byrne's cannon from the dock. It splashed down hard and sank in a froth of bubbles before the fatty surface residue reformed, leaving only its bobbing marker cross to indicate who was below. The priestess of the bearded lady marched back the way she had come, towards her temple in the cliff crater, and Miss Fortune turned her gaze out to sea. A storm was brewing way out in the deep ocean, but that wasn't where Ilaoi had been looking. She'd been looking towards the Shadow Isles. Miss Fortune snapped the barrel of her pistol shut and laid them down on the table next to her short-bladed sword. Scores of frantic bells and shouts of alarm echoed from the panicked city below. She knew well what they signified. Ilaoi was right. The harrowing is coming. In defiance of the incoming storm, she'd kept the shuttered windows of her newly acquired villa open, daring the dead to come for her. Muttering winds carried their hunger and a cold that settled bone deep. Perched high on Bilgewater's eastern cliffs, the villa had once belonged to a hated gang leader. In the chaos of Gangplank's fall, he'd been dragged from his bed and had his brains bashed out on the cobbles. Now it belonged to Miss Fortune, and she'd be damned if she'd go the same way. She reached up and ran a fingertip around the curves of the pendant Ilaoi had given her at Byrne's sinking. The coral was warm to the touch, and though she didn't truly believe in what it represented, it was a pretty enough bauble. The door to her chamber opened, and she let the pendant drop. She knew who was behind her without turning. Only one man would dare enter without knocking. Rafen asked Miss Fortune what she was doing, but his captain just returned the question. Rafen answered that Miss Fortune looked like she was about to do something stupid, Misfortune, placing her hands on the table, questioned his answer. They shed blood and lost good people to bring down Gangplank. She is not going to let the harrowing just take this place from her. Misfortune snapped, lifting her pistols and jamming them into their custom-tooled hip scabbards. She then declared that there was nothing that Rafen could do to stop her. Rafen replied that they were not there to stop her. Misfortune turned to see Rafen at the threshold of her chambers. A score of her best fighters waited in the vestibule beyond, armed to the teeth with a mixture of muskets, wheel-lock pistols, clanking bundles of clay splinter bombs, and cutlasses that looked like they'd been looted from a museum. Misfortune smiled and said it looked like Rafen was about to do something damned stupid as well. Rafen agreed, walking over to the open window and slamming the shutters closed. He questioned if Sarah really thinks they'd let their captain go out to face that alone. Misfortune said she almost died bringing Gangplank down, and she is not done yet. She doesn't expect Rafen to go with her, not this time. Misfortune stood before her men and resting her hands on the carved walnut grips of her guns. She told everyone that this isn't their fight. Rafen argued. Of course it bloody was. They were protecting their homes. Misfortune took a breath and nodded. She told them that there's every chance they won't live to see morning. Misfortune wasn't unable to keep the hint of a smile tugging at her lip, grateful for the brave pirates. Rafen answered that this wasn't their first harrowing together, tapping the skull pommel of his sword, and he'll be damned if it's their last. Bilgewater streets were deserted. The bells from the ocean were still ringing, and cries of terror echoed from below. Rat Town was completely covered by the black mist, and howling storms raged over Port Morn's desolation. Fires burned all along Butcher's Bridge, and a shimmering fog clung to the cliffs above the gray harbor. The people in the upper reaches of the city hid in their homes and prayed to the bearded lady that the harrowing would pass them by, that grief would fall upon some other poor unfortunate. Warding candles of ambergris burned in every window, shimmering through bottle green sea glass. Burning roots of the Empress of the Dark Forest hung from the doors, shutters, and nailed-up planks. As they walked around, Misfortune asked if people really believed in the Empress. Rafen shrugged, his mouth a thin line, and the creases around his eyes pulled tight as he searched the gathering mist for threats. He pulled out a smoldering length of identical root from beneath his shirt. Rafen said that it's all about where one places their faith. Misfortune drew her pistols. Rafen was right, and Misfortune's faith is in her gun and her crew. She then asked what else Rafen is carrying. He explained that it was the cutlass that had kept him safe through 6 harrowings, tapping its pommel again. Rafen offered up a bottle of 10-year-old rum to the bearded lady, and the knife there was sold to him by a man who swore its edge was purest sunsteel. Misfortune glanced at the scabbarded knife, certain without even seeing the blade that Rafen had been swindled. The workmanship around the quillins was too poor to be Demacian, but she wasn't about to tell him that. Rafen now asked what about her. Misfortune patted her pouch of pistol shot. Everyone has been dipped in Myron's dark. Her voice was loud enough for every one of her 30-strong company to hear. If the dead want to fight, they'll meet them with spirits of their own. The oppressive gloom made it hard to laugh, but she saw a few smiles, and that was about as much as she could expect on a night like this. She turned and pushed down into Bilgewater, descending crooked stairs cut into the rock of the cliffs, crossing secret bridges of half-rotted rope and threading forgotten alleys that hadn't known the tread of feet in years. She brought them out into a wide square on one of the floating wharf shanties, where swaying dwellings leaned together as though their twisted eaves whispered to one another. Every facade was a mishmash of driftwood, and patterns of frost clung to skewed timbers. Frozen winds blew through the patchwork dwellings, freighted with sobs and screams from afar. Flaming braziers hung from hundreds of mast lines, strung between buildings, smoking with strange herbs. Pools of water rippled with reflections of things that weren't there. Most days this was a thriving marketplace, packed to the gunwales with stalls, rattling meat vendors, drink hawkers, merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, and surly flotsam washed in from every corner of the world. Just about everywhere in Bilgewater had a view of this place, which was just how misfortune wanted it. Mist clung to every outcropping of timber. Discarded figureheads wept frozen tears. Mist and shadows gathered. All of a sudden, they were at the Cut-Purse Square. Rafen questioned how they got there. He ran that first place as a wharf snipe, though he knew every way in and out like any good little thief. But misfortune told him that he failed to know every way. The counting houses on either side were silent and dark, and she resisted the impulse to look through the torn sheets of flapping canvas nailed over porthole windows. Rafen questioned how she knew these routes while he didn't. Misfortune answered that Lady Bilgewater and she are two of a kind, her gaze narrowing as black mist seeped into the square. She whispered her secrets to Misfortune like an old friend, so she knew her every hidden wind and jitty, like Rafen never will. Rafen grunted as they spread into the empty square. He then asked what's next, and Misfortune instructed them to wait as they reached the center of the square, feeling terribly exposed. The black mist twitched with things moving in its depths. A disembodied skull of ghostly light stretched from the darkness, empty-eyed and with sharpened teeth. Its jaw stretched wider than any natural bone structure would allow, and a keening wail built in its gullet. Misfortune's bullets punched through each of its eye sockets, and the skull vanished with a shriek of frustration. She twisted the wheel lock on each pistol, and ingenious mechanisms within reloaded each one. For a moment, all was silent. Then the black mist erupted in a screeching howl as the spirits of the dead surged into the square. A wraith creature with grasping talons and a mouth of icy fangs lunged from the swirling mass of spirits. Misfortune put a bullet through its face, and it vanished like smoke in a gale. A second shot, and another spirit vanished. She grinned through her fear as she spun into cover behind a weather-worn stone bollard of the Reaver King to reload. On impulse, she leaned over and kissed his toothiest grin. It's all about where one places their faith. Gods, bullets, or her own skill. The grin fell from her face as one of the pistols jammed with a grinding crunch of metal. Her mother's admonishing words arose from the dark recesses of memory. That's what she gets when someone else mixes their powder, holsters their gun, and slides her sword from its sheath. She'd looted it from the captain of a Demacian galliot running north up the Shuriman Rust coast. and it was as fine an example of the artificer's art as any she'd seen. Misfortune spun from cover, firing her loaded pistol and slashing her sword through the mist creatures. Her shot plucked another spectre from the air, and her sword's edge bit as if cutting flesh and bone. Did the spirits of the dead have a physical component to them that could be hurt? It seemed unlikely, but she was wounding something inside them. She didn't have time to think too hard on the matter, and suspected that whatever power she'd tapped into would be undone if she did. Men and women screamed as the howling storm of dead spirits filled Cutpurse Square, slashing with claws that froze their blood, or reached into chests and sundered hearts with terror. 7 were dead, maybe more, their souls wrenched from their fallen corpses to turn on their comrades. Her heroic band fought with blades and muskets, shouting the name of the bearded lady, their loved ones, and even heathen gods of faraway lands. Whatever works, thought Misfortune. Rafen was down on one knee, his face ashen, breathing like a wharfside doxy after a long shift. Scraps of mist clung to him like cobwebs, and the smoldering root around his neck burned with a fiery cherry-red glow. Misfortune scolded him that the fight wasn't done. Rafen snapped, pushing himself to his feet. He told Misfortune not to tell him that the fight isn't over. He had been through more harrowings than Sarah could wrap a dead rat's tail around. Before Misfortune could ask exactly what that meant, he leaned to the side and fired his pistol at something behind her. A conjoined spirit of wolf and bat screeched as it was banished, and Misfortune returned the favor as a spirit form of grasping hooks and snapping fangs lunged at her second in command. Misfortune commanded everyone to go down, plucking a pair of splinter bombs from her belt and lobbing them into the howling mist. They detonated in a deafening explosion of fire and smoke. Wood splinters and fragments of stone ricocheted. Broken glass fell in a glittering rain of daggers. Acrid fog filled the square, but it was man-made and entirely bereft of spirits. Rafen shook his head and worked a finger in his ear. He questioned what was in that bomb. Misfortune explained it contained black powder mixed with essence of copal and rue, one from her special stash. Bewildered, Rafen asked if stuff like that works against the dead. Misfortune said that her mother believed in it, and that was good enough for Rafen. Her mother got quite a reputation back then. Rafen informed Misfortune that they might just make it through, but Misfortune warned him not to jinx it. The mist began coalescing throughout the square, first in thin tendrils and wisps, then in glowing outlines of monsters, things with conjoined legs, fang-filled jaws, and arms that ended in hooks or pincers. The spirits they thought they'd killed, reforming, returning. It turns out the dead are pretty hard to kill. Misfortune was trying not to let her fear show. She'd been naive to think petty trinkets and blind faith were enough to face the spirits of the dead. She'd wanted to show the people of Bilgewater they didn't need Gangplank, that they could forge their own destiny. Instead, she was going to get herself killed and leave the city to be torn apart. Shortly, a bass rumble rolled through the square, then another. Percussive thunder strikes, rising in a stalking storm. It grew to become pounding hammer blows upon an anvil, faster and louder until the ground shook with its violence. As the outline of a spectral horseman in midnight plate emerged from the mist, Rafen asked what in the 9 deeps that was, and Misfortune didn't know the answer. He sat atop a strangely proportioned warhorse, and his helm was worked in the form of a snarling demon. It looked like a dread knight. Rafen shook his head, his face drained of color. That was no knight. That's the shadow of war. Paralyzing terror rippled through Miss Fortune's company at the mention of this eternal nightmare of killing rage and endless fury. The shadow of war. His name was once Hecarim, but no one knew if that were true or some ancient tale-teller's invention. Only fools dared recite his dark legend around the hearthfire, and even then, only after enough rum to sink a Noxian warbark. As the shadow of war emerged further from the mist, Miss Fortune saw he was no mere horseman. Cold dread settled upon her, like a shroud at the sight of the monstrous creature. Perhaps Hecarim had once been a knight, man and horse, separate entities, but rider and mount were now one. A single towering behemoth whose only purpose was destruction. "They're all around us," said a voice. Miss Fortune risked looking away from the armored centaur to see a whole host of ghostly knights, their outlines lambent with pellucid green radiance. They leveled lances or drew swords of dark radiance. Hecarim swept out a hooked and terrible glaive, its killing edge erupting with green fire. Desperate, Rafen asked his captain if she knew any secret ways out of there. Miss Fortune said no, because she wanted to fight that bastard. Rafen questioned the decision to fight the shadow of war, but before Miss Fortune could answer, a hooded figure leaped from the rooftop of a grain store and dropped into the square. He landed gracefully, a storm coat of worn leather splayed behind him. He carried 2 pistols, but they were like no weapon Miss Fortune had ever seen on her mother's gun table. Bronzed metalwork braced around hunks of what looked like carved stone. Light filled the square as he loosed searing bolts from each pistol in a fusillade that put the destruction of the Deadpool to shame. The man turned in a tight spiral, marking targets and picking them off with whip-fast motion. The mist burned where his bolts struck, and the ghostly wraiths screeched as they were consumed. The mist withdrew from Cutpur Square, taking Hecarim and the Death Knights with it. Something told Miss Fortune this was but a temporary respite. The man holstered his pistols and turned to look at Miss Fortune, throwing back his hood to reveal darkly handsome features with haunted eyes. The hooded man said that the thing about shadows, bringing enough light, would make them disappear. Miss Fortune asked the hooded man's identity and where she could get a pair of guns like those. Miss Fortune also offered her hand to the new arrival. The man introduced himself as Lucian and warily took her hand. Rafen tapped him on the back as if they were old shipmates and mentioned he was glad to know Lucian. Miss Fortune saw Rafen's familiarity made Lucian acutely uncomfortable, like he'd forgotten how to be around others. His eyes scanned the edges of the square, his fingers dancing on the grips of his pistols. Miss Fortune reassured Lucian that he was welcome, but Lucian just coldly replied, saying they should move because the shadow of war would return. Rafen agreed, giving Miss Fortune an imploring look. It was time to get inside, batten down the hatches. But no, Miss Fortune stated that they came out to fight. Rafen told Sarah that he understood what she wanted. They won Bilgewater, and she needed to fight to hold on to it, to show everyone she is better than Gangplank. She has already done that. they went out into the black mist and fought the dead. That's more than Gangplank ever did. Anyone who risks looking out a window is gonna know that. Even the ones who weren't looking will hear about it. Now, Rafen asked what more she wanted. Miss Fortune once again stated that she wanted to fight for Bilgewater. But Rafen argued that there's fighting for Bilgewater, and then there's dying for Bilgewater. He's all up for the first, not so much the second. These men and women followed her down into hell, but now it's time to climb back out. Miss Fortune faced her company of fighters, every ragged, cutthroat one of them. None of them could be trusted not to sell their own mothers for a shiny trinket. But they'd done everything and more she'd asked of them. Venturing out into the black mist was just about the bravest thing any of them had ever done, and she couldn't repay that by leading them to their deaths for the sake of her vengeance. Eventually, Miss Fortune agreed with Rafen. Lucien respected their choice and wished that Fortune would follow them. He then turned away and drew his strange pistols once again. However, Miss Fortune halted Lucien and invited him to join them. Lucien shook his head. His mission is clear. There is a mist wraith he needs to destroy. The one they call Thresh, the Chain Warden. He owes them death. Miss Fortune saw the lines around Lucien's eyes deepen and recognized the expression she'd worn ever since her mother's murder. Sharing the feeling of grief, Miss Fortune clarified whether Thresh took someone from him. Lucien nodded slowly and said no more, but his very silence spoke volumes. Miss Fortune then mentioned that clearly it wasn't his first tussle with the dead, but she argued Lucien won't survive the night if he stays out there alone. She's guessing that might not mean much to him, but whoever this Thresh took from him, they wouldn't want him to die there. Lucien's eyes flicked downwards, and Miss Fortune saw a silver locket just visible around his neck. Was it her imagination, or a trick of the mist that made it shimmer in the moonlight? Once more, Miss Fortune offered him to be with them. Find somewhere safe till morning, and he'll live to do it again. Lucien questioned her words, asking where it is safe in this city. Miss Fortune replied, saying she thinks she might know a place. Finally convinced, they left Cutpurse Square and were traveling west up towards the Serpent Bridge when they found the Freljordian named Olaf, who wanted nothing but a glorious death. He hung from a crooked spar like a shrouded corpse on a gibbet. Unlike most corpses, however, this one was thrashing like a landed fish. A splintered pile of debris lay scattered all around him, and Miss Fortune looked up to see how far he'd fallen through the cliffside dwellings. A long way was the answer, and that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Lucien leveled his pistols, but Miss Fortune shook her head. She told him that this one is actually on the right side of the grave. Muffled cries came from within the shroud, curses that would get a man beaten to death in a host of different lands, shouted in a thick Freljordian accent. She placed the tip of her sword against the canvas and sliced downwards, like a newborn sea calf pulled from a ruptured birth sack. A hugely bearded man spilled onto the cobbles. The reek of fish guts and offal clung to him. He climbed unsteadily to his feet, brandishing an axe with a blade like a shard of diamond ice. Shortly, Olaf asked which way the slaughter docks were, weaving like a drunk man. He looked around, confused, his head a mass of lumps and bruises. Ordinarily, Misfortune would tell him to follow his nose, but she'd be amazed if the man has any sense of smell left. Olaf answered that he'll kill the kraken worm 10 times over if he has to. He owes it a death. Hearing the same sentiment but from a different perspective, Misfortune said that a lot of that was going around that night. The Freljordian named himself Olaf, a warrior of the rightful mistress of the ice, and, after shaking off his concussion, declared his intention to join them until he could fight the most dangerous spirit within the Black Mist. Lucian asked him if he wanted to die, and Olaf just answered, "Of course," as though the very question was the height of foolishness. He seeks an ending worthy of legend, not through lame disease or some sort. Misfortune left the madman to his dreams of death. So long as he swung that axe in the right direction, he is welcome to join them as they pushed onwards. 3 times the mist closed in on them, and each time it took an unlucky soul from their company. Spiteful laughter echoed from the sides of buildings, the sound of a whetstone over rusted steel. Ranks of carrion birds cawed from rooftops in anticipation of a flesh banquet by the light of the moon. Welcoming lights danced in the darkness of the mist, like beguiling corpse candles over sucking marshland. Lucian warned them not to look at them. However, his warning came too late for one man and his wife. Misfortune didn't know their names, but knew they had lost a son to Oceanog less than a year ago. They walked from the cliffs following a vision in the lights only they could see. Another man took his hooked hand to his throat before his friends could stop him. Another simply vanished into the mist without anyone seeing him go. By the time they reached Serpent Bridge, their company numbered less than a dozen. Misfortune couldn't feel sorry for them. She told them not to come with her. If they wanted to live forever, they should be sheltered behind closed doors and protective carvings, clutching spiral talismans of the bearded lady, and praying to whatever gave them solace. But against the harrowing, even that was no guarantee of safety. They'd passed countless homes smashed open with splintered shutters and doors hanging limply from leather hinges. Misfortune kept her eyes fixed forward, but it was impossible not to feel the accusing gazes from the frozen faces within, or sense the terror of their last moments. Shortly they passed yet another charnel house, the families within cold and dead. Trying to lighten the gravity of the situation, Rafen said that the Black Mist will have its due. Misfortune wanted to be angry at such acceptance of horror, but what good would that do? After all, he is right. Instead, she focused on the hazed outline of the structure across the bridge. It sat in the center of a gouged crater in the cliff, as if some mighty sea creature had taken a vast bite from the rock. Like most places in Bilgewater, it was constructed from the ocean's leavings. Its walls were driftwood and branches from faraway lands. Its windows the scavenged remains of ships swept up from the seabed. It had a peculiar quality of possessing not a single straight line anywhere in its construction. The curious angles gave it a sense of being somehow in motion, as if it might one day choose another place to set down temporary roots. Its spire was likewise crooked, fluted like the horn of a narwhal, and topped with the same spiral symbol Misfortune wore around her neck. A shimmering light wreathed the icon, and where it shone, the darkness was held in abeyance. It was the first time Lucian saw such a place, and he asked what it was. Misfortune answered that it was the Temple of the Bearded Lady, the House of Nagakaburos. Lucian followed up on his question about whether that was the safe place Miss Fortune was referring to, and she said yes. It's better than staying out there. Lucian nodded, and they set off across the winding length of the bridge. Like the temple it approached, the bridge was an uneven thing, its cobbles undulant like something alive. Rafen paused at the crumbling parapet and looked down. He mentioned that it was getting higher every year. Reluctantly, Miss Fortune joined him and looked over the edge. The docks and Rat Town were smothered beneath the black mist, and even the web of gondolas was barely visible. Bilgewater was choking in the grip of the mist, its tendrils seeping ever deeper into the city. Screams of terror drifted upwards, each one a life ended and a fresh soul for the Legion of the Dead. Rafen shrugged. A few years from now, there won't be anywhere in Bilgewater beyond its reach. Miss Fortune argued that a lot can happen in a few years. Olaf asked if this event happens every year, his one foot perched on the parapet with a reckless disregard for the dizzying drop. Miss Fortune nodded. Olaf was happy to hear that. If he is fated not to die that night, he will return there when the black mist rises again. Rafen mentioned that it will be Olaf's funeral, and the Freljordian thanked him, as if he received a compliment, slapping an enormous palm on Rafen's back, almost knocking him from the bridge. The Freljordian's eyes widened as a host of ghostly tentacles rose from the mist, uncoiling to smash down on the dwellings of Rat Town. Olaf yelled as he mentioned the beast, and before anyone could stop him, he vaulted onto the parapet and hurled himself from the edge. Rafen said that Olaf was a mad bastard, as Olaf's dwindling form vanished into the mist below. Miss Fortune mentioned that all the ice dwellers are mad, but Olaf was madder than most she had ever met. Suddenly, Lucian instructed them to get everyone inside. Miss Fortune heard the urgency in his voice and turned to see him facing a towering figure in stitched black robes, hung with hooked chains. Sickly green light wreathed the spectre as it lifted a swaying lantern in one pallid hand. Fear touched Miss Fortune, fear like nothing she'd known since she'd watched her mother die and stared down the barrel of the killer's gun. Lucian drew his pistols. He stated that Thresh is his. Miss Fortune agreed and turned away. Her gaze was drawn upwards as the shadows closed around the temple. The breath caught in her throat as she saw Hecarim and his Death Knights at the crater's edge. The shadow of war raised his fiery glaive, and the ghostly horsemen urged their heel steeds downward. No mortal rider could make that descent, but these were riders of death. In front of Lucian was the chain warden Thresh, while on the other edge was the undead Hecarim. It was a nightmare impossible to survive, and Miss Fortune shouted to run. Her crew goes straight to the temple. Hecarim and his army followed her, while Lucian and Thresh were left behind. The breath hammered in Miss Fortune's throat as she ran for the temple. Her lungs fought to draw breath, and her veins felt sluggish with ice. Coils of enervating mist reached up to the rock of the temple, drawn by the presence of the two lords of the unliving. Brilliant flashes of light flared behind her, but she didn't look back. She heard the thunder of hoofbeats on rock, seeing sparks above them in the darkness. She imagined the breath of ghostly steeds on her neck. The space between her shoulder blades burned hot where she expected the stabbing thrust of a spectral lance. But wait, how can they make sparks when they're ghosts? The absurdity of the thought made her laugh, and she was still laughing as she slammed into the warped timber doors of the temple. Rafen and her ragged band were already there, hammering fists and palms against the door. He yelled, demanding that the people inside let them in. Rafen looked up as Misfortune joined him, but the doors were still shut. Misfortune wrenched the pendant Ilawi had given her. She placed her palm flat on the door, with the coral pressed hard against the wood. She called Ilawi, stating she was now ready to stamp on that eel's neck. Now open the bloody door. Rafen just looked at her with confusion, asking what she was talking about. Misfortune snapped, battering her palm bloody against the wood. Perhaps the phrase Ilawi whispered to her was a metaphor. Shortly, the door swung outwards, as if it had been unbarred the whole time. Misfortune stepped back to allow her fighters inside first, and finally turned around. Hecarim reared up and swung his fiery glaive for her skull. A hand grasped her collar and hauled her backward. The tip of the weapon sliced an inch from her throat. She fell hard on her backside. Ilawi stood in the doorway, holding her stone idol out before her like a shield. White mist clung to it like a corpse. Ilawi then stated that the dead were not welcome there. Rafen and the others hauled the door shut and dropped a heavy spar of seasoned oak into place on the rusted anchors to either side. A huge impact slammed into the door. Wood split and splinters flew. Ilawi turned and walked past Misfortune, still sprawled on a mosaic floor of seashells and clay fragments. Ilawi said that Misfortune took her sweet time, while Misfortune climbed to her feet. The temple was filled with at least 200 people, maybe more. She saw a wide cross-section of Bilgewater's denizens, its native population, pirates, traders, and assorted sea scum, together with travelers unlucky or unwise enough to seek a berth so close to the harrowing. Misfortune asked if the door was going to hold. Ilawi answered that it either will or will not, heading towards a many-tentacled statue at the center of the temple. Misfortune tried to make sense of it, but gave up when her eye kept getting lost in the many spirals and looping curves. That was not an answer, but that's the only one that Ilawi had. She then set her idol in a concave depression in the statue. She began moving in a circle around the statue, beating a rhythmic pattern on her thighs and chest with her fists. The people in the temple joined her, circling, beating palms against bare skin, stamping their feet, and speaking in a language she didn't understand. Misfortune questioned what they were doing, and this time Ilawi had a better answer. They were giving some motion back to the world, but they would need time. Misfortune promised that Ilawi would have it. The temple walls shook with the violence of the assault. Black mist oozed between ill-fitting planks and through cracks in the scavenged glass of the windows. The door shuddered in its frame. Grasping claws of mist tore at the wood. Screams echoed as a howling gale battered the mismatched timbers of the roof. Misfortune shouted, warning the crew about the wraiths as a host of mist creatures with burning red eyes poured through a broken section of wall that had once been a series of tea chests from Ionia. She leaped into the midst of the wraiths. It felt like jumping naked into an ice hole cut in a glacier. Even the lightest touch of the dead leached warmth and life. The coral pendant burned hot against her skin. She slashed her looted sword through the creatures and felt the same bite she'd felt before. Her bullets might be useless against the dead, but this Demacian blade hurt them. They fell back from her, screeching and hissing. Could the dead know fear? It seemed they could, for they fled the sword's glittering edge. She didn't let them go, stabbing and slashing the mist wherever it poured in. But still, misfortune instructed her crew to run and just buy time. She screamed, and misfortune sprinted over as the mist reached to claim him. She dived and snatched the boy in her arms before rolling to safety. Chill claws plunged into her back, and misfortune gasped as numbing cold spread through her limbs. She stabbed behind her, and something dead howled. A woman sheltering behind an overturned pew reached for the boy, and misfortune let him squirm to safety. She pushed herself to her feet, weakness spreading through her body like a raging infection. Everywhere was gunfire and clashing steel, deathly howls and screams of terror. Rafen called Sarah, and she looked up to see the oaken locking bar securing the door split along its length. Rafen and a dozen men had their backs braced against the bludgeoning assault, but the doors were bulging inwards. Cracks spread, and grasping hands of mist reached inside. A man was snatched backwards, and his piteous screams were abruptly cut off as he vanished into the mist. Another had his arm ripped off as he reached to help him. Rafen spun and rammed his dagger through the gap. Clawed hands tore the useless weapon from his hand. A howling body pushed itself in through the disintegrating door and plunged its hands into Rafen's chest. Her second in command roared in pain, his face draining of color. She staggered over to him, her strength all but gone. Her blade hacked through spectral arms, and the creature shrieked as it vanished. Rafen fell into her, and they collapsed back into the nave together. Rafen gasped for breath, his features as slack as hers. Misfortune whizzed, commanding Rafen not to die on her watch. Rafen confidently claimed that it'll take more than the dead to kill him. The bastard thing just wounded him. Glass broke somewhere up above. Coils of black mist coalesced overhead, a boiling mass of snapping teeth, claws, and hungry eyes. Misfortune tried to get to her feet, but her limbs burned with exhaustion. She ground her teeth in frustration. Barely a handful of her company remained, and the people sheltering in there weren't fighters. The dead were getting in. Misfortune looked back at Alawi. The priestess was surrounded by her people, all of them still circling the statue and performing their fist-thumping, palm-slapping ritual. It didn't appear to be achieving anything. The strange statue remained unmoving and impotent. What had she expected? That it would come to life and drive the dead back like some clanking iron golem from Piltover? Whatever it is they're doing, they should do it faster. Shortly, a section of the roof ripped loose and spun off into the tempest surrounding the temple. A swirling column of spirits boiled inside and touched down like a tornado. Wraiths and things that defied understanding spun from the unliving vortex to fall upon the living. The door gave out and exploded inwards, the timbers dry and rotted by the touch of the dead. The skirling blast of a hunting horn filled the temple, and Misfortune's hands flew to her ears at its deafening echoes. Hecarim rode into the temple, crushing the men who'd been bracing the door with their bodies. Their souls were drawn up into the shadow of war's flaming glaive, and the cold fire of its edge illuminated the temple with its loathsome radiance. His death knights rode at his back, and the spirits already within the temple drew back in recognition of Hecarim's terrible glory. Illaoi reiterated that the dead are not welcome there. Misfortune looked up to see the priestess towering over her, stout and majestic. Pale light clung to her limbs and sparkled on the stone tablet she held in trembling hands. Veins stood out like hawsers on her neck, and her jawline was taut with effort. Sweat ran in runnels down her face. Whatever Illaoi was doing was costing her greatly. Hecarim stated that these mortal souls are his, and Misfortune felt herself recoil from the iron syllables of his voice. Illaoi disagreed and replied that it is the house of Nagakaburos who stands in opposition to the dead. Hecarim, lowering his glaive to point at Illaoi's heart, said that the dead will have their due. The priestess shook her head. Not today, not while she still moves. Hecarim told her she cannot stop him. Illaoi grinned as a swelling radiance built behind her. Deaf as well as dead, Illaoi didn't say she was going to stop him. Misfortune turned and saw the spiraling statue bathed in blinding radiance. White light smoked from its surfaces and shadows fled from its touch. She shielded her eyes as the light billowed outwards like writhing tentacles, and where it met the black mist, it stripped it bare, exposing the twisted souls within. The sinuous light pulled the dead onwards, purging the baleful magic that cursed them to undeath so very long ago. She expected screams, but instead, the unbound dead wept with joy as their souls were freed to move on. The light spread over the cracked walls of the temple, and as it touched her, Misfortune cried out as the deathly numbness in her flesh was banished in a rush of heat and life. The light of Nagakaburos closed on Hecarim, and Misfortune saw his fear at the thought of what transformations it might work upon him. What could be so awful that it was better to remain cursed? Illaoi told Hecarim that he can be free. Her voice strained to the limits of endurance by what she had unleashed. He would only if he moved on, live in the light as the man he always dreamed of being, before his grief and folly remade him. Hecarim roared and swept his glaive at Illaoi's neck. Misfortune's blade intercepted it in a clashing flare of sparks. She shook her head. That action clearly painted that Hecarim did not want to be cleansed, so Illaoi demanded he get out of her city. Hecarim's blade drew back for another strike, but before the blow could land, the light finally pierced his veil of darkness. He bellowed in pain and fell back from its burning touch. The Dark Rider's outline shimmered like two picture box images wavering in candlelight on the same backcloth. Misfortune caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall rider, armored in silver and gold. A young man, handsome and proud, with dark eyes and a future of glory ahead of him. What happened to him? Hecarim roared and galloped from the temple. His death knights and the darkness went with him, a shrieking host of tattered spirits following in their wake. The light of Nagakaburos spread over Bilgewater like the coming dawn. None who saw it could ever remember so sweet a sight. The first rays of sunlight after a storm, the first hint of warmth after a bitter winter. The black mist withdrew before it, roiling in a churning maelstrom of panicked spirits. The dead turned on one another in a frenzy, some fighting to return from whence they had come, others actively sought out the light's release. Silence fell as the black mist drew back over the ocean, drawn to the cursed island where it claimed dominion. True dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and a cleansing wind blew through the city as the people of Bilgewater let out a collective breath. The harrowing was over. Silence filled the temple, the utter lack of sound, a stark contrast to the mayhem of moments ago. Misfortune finally breathed freely. It's done. Ilawi mentioned that until next time, the black mist's hunger burns like a sickness. Misfortune now asked what exactly did, but Ilawi just told her she did what she had to. Tired, Misfortune gave up the query and just thanked whatever it was. Ilawi shook her head and put a powerful arm around Misfortune's shoulder. No need to thank her. Instead, thank the goddess. Make an offering. Something big. Misfortune promised to do it, and Ilawi reminded her to fulfill it, since her god dislikes empty promises. The veiled threat rankled, and for a moment, she thought of putting a bullet through the priestess's skull. Before she could do more than inch her hand to her pistols, Ilawi crumpled like a ripped topsail. Misfortune grabbed for her, but the priestess was too enormous to hold upright alone. They went to the seashell floor together. Misfortune told Rafen to help her get Ilawi up. Together they propped Ilawi up against a broken pew, grunting with the effort of shifting her colossal bulk. Rafen mentioned that the bearded lady rose from the sea. Ilawi once again corrected them, reiterating that Nagakaburos doesn't live under the sea. Rafen questioned where the bearded lady lives. Perhaps in the sky? Ilawi shook her head and punched him in the heart. Rafen grunted and winced in pain. There is where they could find her. Ilawi grinned at the obliqueness of her answer, and her eyes drifted closed. Rafen asked if Ilawi was dead, rubbing his bruised chest. Ilawi reached up and slapped him, then started snoring like a stevedore with lung blight. On the other hand, Lucian sat on the edge of the bridge and watched the city emerge from the black mist. He achieved a temporary victory against the Chain Warden, but he still failed to accomplish his mission. Lucian would have hated Bilgewater at first sight, but there was a quality of beauty to it as the sunlight bathed its myriad clay tile roofs in a warm amber glow. A city reborn, like it was every time the harrowing receded. An apt name for this dread moment, but one that carried only a fraction of the sorrow of its origins. Did anyone here really understand the real tragedy of the Shadow Isles? And if they did, would they care? He turned as he heard footsteps approaching. It was Misfortune, who was also a bit beaten up after fighting Hecarim at the temple. She said that it was kind of pretty from up there. Lucian replied that it was, but only from up there. Misfortune agreed. It's a viper's nest. There are good people and bad people, but Misfortune has been making sure there's a lot less of the bad. Lucian replied that it was the way he heard it. Misfortune started a war. Some might say that's like burning down their house to kill a rat. Lucian saw anger touch her, but it passed quickly. Misfortune defended her acts, saying she thought she was making things better for everyone, straddling the parapet. But they're only getting worse. As the new ruler of Bilgewater, she needs to do something about that. Starting that moment, Lucian asked if that was why she was out in the black mist. The woman thought for a moment. Miss Fortune admitted that perhaps not at first. She let a razor eel off the hook when she killed Gangplank, and if she doesn't take hold of it and get it back on, it's going to bite a lot of good people. Lucian confusedly reiterated the term razor eel, and Miss Fortune explained further. What she means to say is that when she brought the Pirate King down, she had no idea what would happen when he was gone. She didn't care much, but she has seen what's happening down there without someone in control. The city's tearing its own throat out. Bilgewater needs someone strong at the top. No reason that someone can't be her. The war's just starting, and the only way it'll end is if she wins it. The silence between them stretched. Lucian said that his answer is no. Miss Fortune claimed that she didn't ask him anything, but Lucian knew she was going to. She would want him to stay and help her win her war, but he can't. Lucian reminded Miss Fortune that her fight isn't his fight. Miss Fortune tried to bribe, saying her fight could be his since the pay's good, and Lucian would get to kill a lot of bad people and save a lot of innocent souls. Lucian firmly said that there is only one soul he needs to save, and he won't save it in Bilgewater. Sensing the strong determination in his words, Miss Fortune nodded and held out her hand. Standing and dusting her breeches, she then says farewell and good hunting, hoping he finds what he is looking for. On her last note, Miss Fortune reminded Lucian that he can lose himself to revenge. Lucian watched her limp back to the sagging ruins of the temple as the survivors within emerged, blinking into the daylight. She thought she understood what drove him, but she hadn't the first clue. Vengeance? He was far beyond vengeance. His beloved was held in torment by an undying wraith, a creature from the ancient days that understood suffering like no other. Miss Fortune did not understand even a fraction of his pain, and now he knows that Senna is still alive. It was no longer vengeance, but a chance to save her. Lucian rose and lifted his gaze out to sea. The ocean was calm now, an emerald green expanse. People were already moving down on the docks, repairing ships and rebuilding their homes. Bilgewater never stopped, even in the aftermath of the harrowing. He scanned the forest of swaying masts, looking for a ship that wasn't too badly damaged. Perhaps one desperate captain could be persuaded to take him where he needed to go. Miss Fortune and Lucian parted ways, but something tells them that their path will cross again. On the Serpent Isles sits the port city of Bilgewater, strewn together by great ships and cutthroat sailors. Monsters roam the seas beyond, and specters from the nearby Shadow Isles roll across the sea to terrorize the city. In events known as harrowings, kept at bay by the indigenous Bahuru tribe with the power of Nagakaburos, the mother serpent. The only law is that of the pirate captains, chief among them being the Captain Gangplank, until Captain Sarah Fortune destroyed him and his ship, destabilizing the status quo. Several years later, Sarah struggles with uniting the gangs under her rule. She fears that she would have to resort to ruthlessness like Gangplank, but her first mate Rafen reassures her that she can be different. Sarah looks at a picture of her mother Abigail, remembering the day when Gangplank killed Abigail and Sarah narrowly survived, living long enough to enact her revenge. Fortune meets with an old acquaintance, Captain Thorn, to negotiate his allegiance, but he does not intend to join forces. Because of the conflict in the negotiation, the two of them end up fighting. Captain Thorn may have survived a lot of tragedies and climbed through the ranks of the pirates, but he was still no match for misfortune. Eventually, Sarah executes him, then offers his crew a place in their ranks. It was a long day for her, but she must continue her mission. Later that night, her estate is attacked by the Black Mist. It was the second time she would experience the harrowing, while Rafen had already forgotten how many he had survived at that point. With her lead, Misfortune manages to repel the specters, but multiple men were killed or injured. Fearing that another harrowing may be imminent, she knows that she will need Alawi's help, just like the last time. On the other hand, the goddess Nagakaburos sends a vision to her champion, Truth-bearer Ilawi, with a task to put down the infamous Blood Harbor Ripper named Pike, a revenant bent on assassinating dishonorable captains from a seemingly endless hit list. With a group of Bahuru warriors, she heads to the slaughter docks to learn more about Pike's whereabouts, and finds him in the Warrens about to kill another captain. Ilawi battled the revenant pirate. It was a close match, but Pike was no match for her. After defeating him, Ilawi subjects Pike to the test of spirit, putting his soul into a trial. If Nagakaburos finds him unworthy, then he will vanish. Surprisingly, the mother serpent finds him worthy, and Pike escapes. She then experiences a vision, seeing a great battle involving Gangplank and Sarah. Ilawi returns to the Bahuru grotto and consults a Bahuru elder regarding Pike passing the goddess's test. She cannot fathom why the goddess would consider him worthy and questions the decision she has made as truth-bearer. But the elder tells her to have faith in Nagakaburos' will. Shortly, a muscular man was found drifting on the shore. His name is Brahm, and he tells Ilawi that he comes from the Freljord. A great plague has struck their land and claimed the lives of many children. He promised to find a cure and sailed to the Shadow Isles in search of the mythical Waters of Life. While sailing, he was attacked by the Black Mist and lost his shield during the fight, but was saved by the Bahuru and brought to Bilgewater. The two are soon met by members of Fortune's gang, who request an audience with Ilawi. Brahm and Ilawi head to Fortune's estate and discuss the return of the Black Mist. Sarah's biggest fear was confirmed, and they must act fast. Because of that, Sarah sends Brahm and Ilawi to Grey Harbor to investigate, while Sarah stays behind to fortify Bilgewater. Ilawi mentions to Brahm that Sarah has not decided on how to rule Bilgewater, but so far seems to take a violent approach. While Sarah Fortune prepares the citizens of Bilgewater, Ilawi and Brahm go on a quest, forming a good bond between them. Brahm and Ilawi arrive at the gate, quarantining Grey Harbor, and demand entrance. Once the gate opens, they are immediately attacked by the Black Mist. But a warrior named Yasuo arrives and aids them in fighting the Mistwalkers. Yasuo shared that he was looking for a friend named Ari in the area. Seeing a common goal, the three decide to venture into Grey Harbor together. On their way, Ilawi informs Brahm of Bilgewater's history with Black Mist. The Serpent Isles are ravaged by a harrowing every couple of years, and Grey Harbor was the site of the last harrowing. During that battle, Ilawi called upon Nagakaburos to cleanse Grey Harbor of the black mist. But the infection has crept back up. The group finds Gangplank's crew, the Jagged Hooks, undisturbed by the black mist, and decides to investigate. They sneak into the building and confront Malik, who reveals that Ari had passed through and was following Gangplank after he took the Sunstone. Malik reveals that the Jagged Hooks are protected from the black mist because of a special necklace, which Ilawi recognize as a Bahuru artifact. After dispatching his men, the group corners Malik, but he destroys his necklace and is killed by a powerful mistwalker. The trio defeats the specter and heads to a nearby Bahuru temple, hoping to find some clues about stopping the black mist or Ari's whereabouts. Inside the temple, Ilawi discovers that an outsider has recently taken the temple's treasures. The group descends into the temple's catacombs to investigate the scene. After passing several trials, they discover that the temple has been corrupted by Zatal, the false goddess, and the Naga. After defeating the Naga, Ilawi cleanses the temple of corruption and speaks to a Bahuru ancestor. The spirit reveals that Gangplank has stolen Bahuru artifacts from the temple, and that his attack allowed the Naga to corrupt the temple. The truth was, Gangplank was still alive, and it was Ilawi who saved him when misfortune blew up his ship. Since then, Gangplank plotted his next moves behind Sarah's radar. Ilawi confides to the spirit that Gangplank was her former lover, who had come to her after his downfall. The beaten captain begged the Bahuru to help him reclaim Bilgewater, but Ilawi's responsibility as truth-bearer demanded she subject him to the lethal test of spirit. Gangplank was found worthy, so Ilawi ordered the Bahuru to aid him, but now she questions the decision after he allied himself with the Shadow Isles. The spirit reassures her that the truth will become clear as long as she remains on the Mother Serpent's path. Facing a tight situation, Ilawi decides to tell Sarah that Gangplank is still alive, but she cannot learn the whole truth. Soon the party returns to Fortune's estate, where Ilawi reveals that Gangplank is alive and is bringing another harrowing to Bilgewater. Fortune becomes furious and kicks them out. Her emotions were all over the place. She genuinely thought that she had already won against her sworn enemy, but that was not the case. It took her some minutes, and eventually, Sarah calmed down and joined them after having a moment to think. Sarah was determined to stop the harrowing and end Gangplank once and for all. They swiftly gather another crew and arrive at the docks to find a new ship commandeered by Fortune. Sarah allows Brahm to christen the ship the Charming Lady. Aboard the Charming Lady, Yasuo reminisces about his past. Sarah tries recruiting him into her gang, but he remains steadfast about his mission to protect Ari. Below deck, Brahm and Ilawi discuss the sickness afflicting the Freljord. He worries it will be challenging to solve a problem that cannot be fixed with strength alone. Then Ilawi and Sarah discuss how they will save Bilgewater. While Ilawi is determined to stop the coming harrowing, Sarah is focused on killing Gangplank. It was a heavy voyage for both Sarah and Ilawi, as they both carried something inside them. As they voyage towards their destination, the ship is soon attacked by a sea monster. But more surprisingly, Pike surfaces to strike the final blow to the beast. He reveals that the voices in his head have been pacified ever since he passed the test of spirit, and that Gangplank is his next target. Doubtful about the revenant pirate, the group reluctantly allows him to join them, and they continue sailing to the Shadow Isles. Meanwhile, Gangplank meets with Thresh, the Chain Warden, a powerful specter of the Shadow Isles. Per Thresh's order, Gangplank buried a crown within Bilgewater that draws the black mist to the city. They return to Thresh's domain with the Bahuru artifacts and begin the ritual to awaken Viego, the ruined king. But Gangplank worries there won't be a city left to rule after Thresh is through with them. Thresh shows Gangplank the blade where the ruined king slumbers and explains that the power of this spirit is supreme in the Shadow Isles. Gangplank's amulet has the power to subjugate the spirit, but its strength is only equal to the will of the user. Convinced he has what it takes, Gangplank begins the revival. As Viego awakens, he demands to know where his queen is, but Thresh tells him to gather strength. Gangplank departs to wait, while Thresh plots against him, noting that he will make a suitable mortal host. After the long voyage, Sarah's ship finally reached their destination. On the Shadow Isles, the group encounters the oldest known treant named Maokai, who mistakes them for enemies and attacks. Good thing Ari, a Vastayan with a fox-like figure, eventually interjects and calms Maokai down, explaining that they are not there to corrupt the Isles. She reveals that Gangplank is working with Thresh and has blocked their path with walls of black mist. Ari shows them the history of the Blessed Isles and how Maokai helped the island flourish with the waters of life. Now the tainted waters are corrupting the roots. Maokai offers to destroy the walls of mist if they can cleanse his roots. Ari heads to the Shadow Vaults to learn more about her people, but promises Braum to share any water she finds. The group insists on assisting her, and she reluctantly lets them join her. At the bottom of the vault, Ari discovers Vasani markings on a door and learned that her people were tied to the vaults of the Blessed Isles. She is able to open the door, and the group defeats the shadow poisoning Maokai's roots. They manage to cleanse his roots, but were unable to find any clean water. Maokai has begun to heal, but remains too weak to breach the walls of mist. He informs the group of an ancient Bahuru temple where they can bless one of his seeds to reinvigorate him. Determined, the group finds the temple has long since drowned beneath the sea, and Pike senses that it is guarded by sea monsters. Ilawi returns to the Bahuru Elder to request the aid of the serpent callers, who can summon larger monsters to drive out hostile monsters. Pike then summons a jawfish to help them enter the temple. Inside, Ilawi learns that the Bahuru had a connection with the people of the Blessed Isles, and that there is a forgotten forge on the island. As they purify Maokai's seed, its corruption almost overwhelms Ari. Meanwhile, Gangplank and Thresh check in on Viego. Gangplank grows impatient as Viego remains uncooperative, but Thresh says that the king's obsession with his queen is what fuels his strength, and reveals that there is a secret that can weaken him enough to be easily subjugated. As Sarah's crew returns to the Shadow Isles, Ilawi confesses to Braum that she has been struggling with the decisions she has made during their journey, having gone against the teachings of Nagakaburos. Ilawi swears Braum to secrecy and reveals that she knew Gangplank was still alive and had saved him because the Mother Serpent had found him worthy. she didn't tell Sarah of her actions because she knew misfortune would hunt him. But now she questions if Gangplank was meant to die. Brahm thinks that the goddess is merely testing Illaoi and reassures that she will triumph. Upon landing, the party meets Nekrit, a lucid spirit who exposes the origin of the ruination that transformed the land. He also says that Gangplank and Thresh plan to revive the ruined king, to unleash a harrowing that would blanket the world, a catastrophe they should stop at all costs. The crew then returns the purified sea to Maokai, and with its power, he clears the way to Thresh's dungeon. As a token of gratitude, Maokai offers some of his leaves, infused with the remaining water of life, to cure Brahm's people. Inside the Library of Agony, Ari discovers Vasani artifacts in Thresh's possession. She finds the sunstone that Gangplank had brought, but it remains dormant. At that moment, the champions confront the Chain Warden as he creates a portal to Viego's chamber. It was a close fight between Sarah's crew and Thresh, but Thresh escapes before they can finish him off. Thinking they could catch him, the crew used his portal to reach the heart of the Isles. That is where they finally saw Gangplank. They aimed to stop the Reaver King, but Gangplank draws out Viego, thinking he could contain him. However, the ruined king proves too powerful and possesses Gangplank instead. Viego then commands Gangplank to deal with the interlopers, while he heads to Bilgewater to search for his queen's crown. Sarah gets another chance to fight her nemesis, and they easily defeat Gangplank and free him from possession. Sarah wanted to execute Gangplank right there, but the crew stopped her since Gangplank could provide them valuable information. Irritated, Sarah let the crew handle Gangplank for now. As they assess Gangplank, Ari is able to retrieve Viego's memories from the mist emanating from Gangplank and discovers the truth about Viego's love. He was possessive to the point of cruelty and had an unhealthy obsession when the queen died. Viego discarded these memories because they terrified him, reminding him of who he really was. Because of that, the party races back to Bilgewater to stop Viego's rampage, taking Gangplank as a prisoner. In order to catch up to Viego, Yasuo volunteers to channel the wind to boost their speed, empowered by Ari's magic. Below deck, Illaoi confronts Gangplank about all that he has done. He expresses remorse about allying with Thresh, and Illaoi convinces him to help them. He gives her his amulet, now corrupted after the battle, and reveals that the ruined king draws power from his love, but can be weakened by a secret Thresh knew. Illaoi deduces it was the memories that Ari had discovered, and plans to have Sarah use them to battle Viego. Later on, the charming lady manages to catch up to Viego, but he shipwrecks them on the Windrake Isle. On the island, the party experienced different hallucinations as their past hunted them. Despite the mental torture, every one of them surpassed the challenge and immediately moved to repair the ship. It didn't take long before the charming lady finished repairs, and they arrived at Bilgewater before Viego. While Sarah takes Gangplank into custody, Illaoi returns to the Bahuru Elder to warn of the ruined king's attack. She shows the broken amulet, but the Bahuru do not have the resources to repair it. Illaoi suggests using the Bahuru Forge on the Shadow Isles. The Elder says that the ancestors had abandoned the forge for a reason, deeming it forbidden. Pike suggests consulting Nekrit instead. The group also hears a rumor of a strange shipwreck with beams of blue light emerging from the sea. Braum recognizes that this ship was his ship and recovers his mighty shield. Nekrit informs them that the Bahuru Forge lies within the vault of Vasani. Inside, Ari is able to view much of her heritage. The Vasani were skilled in the art of emotion and memory manipulation, and they arrived on the Isles to conduct research. To open further passage, Ari learns to power the derelict machinery with her abilities. She uses the Sunstone, recovered in Thresh's library, to contain Viego's discarded memories, but at the cost of the Vasani's research that lay within. After defeating the construct guarding the entrance to the forge, Ari becomes overwhelmed by her emotions and sees the memories of the Vasani, but they quickly begin to fade. Feeling as though she may be alone forever, the memory of her lover appears and forgives her. He tells her that her memories will always be there, but they are less important than saving the future of the world. Ari now accepts who she is, thanks to traveling with her new friends. Inside the forge, Ilawi declares that she will no longer wait for the goddess's instruction and demands that she come to them instead. Each champion bears their soul before the altar, and they summon the Mother Serpent. The champions face an avatar of Nagakaburos as a test of worthiness and succeed in cleansing the amulet. Before they leave, Ilawi reveals the truth to Sarah, that she saved Gangplank and ordered the Bahuru to aid him. At first, it was hard for Sarah to take that fact coming from her friend. While Miss Fortune is willing to find common ground with Ilawi, she still remains determined to kill Gangplank. The group returns to Bilgewater and sees the Bahuru already fighting the ruined king. Ari weakens him with his memories, and Sarah unleashes the amulet against him. Viego initially resists, but the group's combined force weakens his resolve long enough to focus the amulet again. The black mist begins to overwhelm Sarah, where Viego tempts her with promises of power, to kill Gangplank, to conquer Bilgewater, even to bring back her mother. It was a tempting offer indeed, something that a desperate pirate would take. But Ilawi places a reassuring hand on Sarah's shoulder, and the rest of the group witnesses Miss Fortune stand resolute and seal Viego within the amulet. Despite their differences, Sarah reconciles with Ilawi and entrusts her to hide the amulet. These events were a test of their friendship, and Ilawi also saved her before. Miss Fortune shifted her anger to Gangplank alone. After the battle, Rafen informs Fortune that Gangplank has escaped from her prison, and now she resumes hunting her nemesis. However, the sight of the Reaver King on Bilgewater causes the gangs to continue to harbor sympathies for Gangplank, so Sarah begins a purge of his allies. As a friend, Ilawi begs her to quit this hunt for revenge and look to Bilgewater's future. Sarah responds that even though she can now believe in fantastical realities, Gangplank's death remains her own conviction. It was never about what he does in Bilgewater, nor the position. It was about her vengeance for her parents. On the other hand, Ari, Braum, Ilawi, and Yasuo celebrate their victory at a tavern and part ways, with Ari returning to the Shadow Isles to learn more about the Vasani, Braum returning to the Freljord with the cure, Ilawi remaining in Bilgewater to keep an eye on Fortune, and Yasuo heading to Noxus to settle some unfinished business. after he escorts Brom home. Meanwhile, in the deep, Pike writes a new name on his list: Viego. In the present day, something about the streets of Bilgewater reminded Illaoi of her past. It was noon. The sun was high and hot. Usually the streets would be filled with sailors celebrating shore leave or sea monster hunters spending their earnings. But that day, the streets were full of people hurrying about their business, heads down, silent. Bilgewater was on the verge of a civil war. But this was no battle of fresh and eager wills. Sarah, Fortune, and Gangplank were fighting the same damned war they'd fought already. The same war they'd fight 100 times if they could. Gangplank wanted his throne back. Sarah wanted him dead. The city stank of the stagnation lurking in their hearts. Each believed that victory would give them the things they had lost. Respect, perhaps. Justice for the long-lost dead. Something to soothe the pain of defeat and failure. It would be so much easier if Illaoi cared nothing for either of them, she thought. But Sarah was her closest friend, and Gangplank her former lover. Never before had two people been so trapped by their past, and so eager to waste their potential. Illaoi glanced down at the lockbox under her arm and muttered that this was its fault too. It was the lockbox where they imprisoned the ruined king, and the lockbox screamed back at her. Its screams were quiet, just soft enough that they were hard to hear without listening closely. But whenever Illaoi focused on them, a hateful presence started scrabbling at the edge of her mind. The fellow within the lockbox, the screamer who hurled horrible muffled imprecations at Illaoi day and night, was to blame for everything. It was he who put the shadow on Sarah's soul. Just then, some of Sarah's crew came marching around the corner. Cutlasses and pistols hung from every belt, and every knuckle was ornamented with brass. They were streaked with blood and sweat and gunpowder. The fighting had been hard, and with them, of course, was Sarah Fortune herself. She looked exhausted. The right sleeve of her fancy captain's coat was stained with blood. Her shoulders were hunched, and her hat was tipped low, as if a cold rain only she could feel battered her from above. Illaoi and Miss Fortune chatted for a bit. Illaoi was a bit concerned about Miss Fortune's current state, while Miss Fortune shrugged it off like a normal day of chasing Gangplank. Sarah then pointed at the wailing lockbox and told Illaoi that they should finish their business with that box. They turned to a nearby artifact dealer's shop. While Sarah's crew remained on guard outside, guns drawn, Illaoi led the way inside. The loop in the owner's eye flashed as they entered, welcoming Illaoi after not seeing her for a long time. Jordan Irux was a spindly fellow with knees and elbows heading in every direction. He was also the only artifacts dealer in the city, with mixed Peilongi and Bahuru heritage. Illaoi often went to him for help identifying the relics she couldn't recognize. And this time, Illaoi has a puzzle for him. The moment Illaoi's key clicked in the lockbox, Sarah shuddered. A sickly light blazed a slash of teal across the wall. Inside the box sat an amulet. 3 curved stones carved in the Bahuru style and looped together with a thin wire. They glowed brightly with the light of a trapped soul. Jordan asked if the one trapped inside was Viego of Camavor. to which Alawi confirmed. It had been only a week since this furious shade of an ancient king attempted to turn Bilgewater into a smoking crater. The whole city knew his name now, and knew to curse his memory. If he gets out of this amulet, he will do it all again. Misfortune shared that this was their temporary solution, lacking any long-term plans. Alawi then explained that their historians said that the stones were made of serpent amber, but they didn't know if shattering the artifact would kill or release the spirit inside. Jordan called it the artifact, the goddess's tears, a Bahuru term for the serpent amber. He then said that the item was so rare that only a fool would practice smashing it. Jordan then leaned close and adjusted his loop. After examining it for a few seconds, Jordan claimed that the item was indeed crafted by a Bahuru artisan due to its distinct style. However, he questioned the markings on the back of the amulet. Alawi laughed and answered that it was Shadow Isles. Their people studied with the scholars from Camavor decades ago, and most likely, if Viego escaped, he would transform Bilgewater into a twisted graveyard too. Jordan excused himself for a moment to look for the right tools, while Alawi and Misfortune were left in an awkward silence. Sarah broke the silence between them and immediately claimed that she knew what Alawi was going to say, and never bothered attempting to say so. Alawi then answered that she was not planning to ask her anything. After their last fight, there was no use belaboring Sarah with a truth she refused to listen to. Alawi said that she was not going to talk about Sarah's futile hunt for Gangplank or what it's doing to the city. She was planning to let them stand in awkward silence. Sarah scowled and said she was having a terrible week. They silenced themselves when Jordan burst back in the room. He carried a scroll covered with a strange script that Alawi didn't recognize, and there was a drawing of a tower. Jordan pointed to a matching symbol etched on the back of the amulet, telling them it was the sign of its makers, the Brethren of the Dusk. Sarah answered that she had never heard of these people, to which Jordan answered that the religious order from the Blessed Isles died out long ago. This meant that Sarah and Alawi were facing a dead end, but Jordan suddenly remembered that there was a mad hermit who claimed he represented them, but that place was a lost cause. The twisted spirits of the happy folk who had once called the Blessed Isles home were not good neighbors. 1,000 years wandering under the shadow of the black mist had turned most of them into beasts. Wraiths, specters, and mistwalkers contorted in endless, hideous reflections of mortal weakness. Any living person who chooses to live alongside those shades must be uncommonly strong and very strange. Some of the mortals who made their homes on the Isles worshipped death and disease, and spiders too, for some reason. But Alawi had not yet met a Shadow Isles dweller she couldn't flatten like a sea star beneath her goddess's idol. Alawi then said that such beings don't frighten her, and claimed that not long ago they killed Thresh, the Isle's greatest monster. At least, that's what she thought. Alawi then said that compared to Thresh, parleying with this hermit would be a simple task. He may know something about the amulet, and that was their only hope. In the end, they paid Jordan and stepped out onto the street. Sarah muttered that she didn't expect the situation would send Alawi back to the Shadow Isles. She seemed apologetic at that moment, and Alawi nodded. Before trapping Viego in the amulet, they'd tracked and fought him on the Isles. Camping in collapsed ruins and sharing meals around a campfire were joyful when friends were there. But to go back so soon, alone, would be melancholy. Shortly, Misfortune realized that Alawi would need a ship. She then instructed her to find a captain named Matter Reuven, since that person owed her. Captain Reuven knows the safe routes to the Shadow Isles, but Misfortune warns Alawi to never tell him about the amulet. Alawi agreed, responding that only a few they could trust in this city. Suddenly, Misfortune's face turned red as her brow tightened. Alawi then realized that she said the wrong thing. She then explained that she meant something different, and Sarah cannot fully trust her because she will not fight in the headless war against Gangplank. Alawi then said that she was aware that Misfortune was still furious at her, but her friendship comes with challenges, with change. Misfortune then shared that she could hear everything that the ruined king said inside the amulet. She could hear the box whispering from all the way across the city, a burden that she suffered each day since they locked Viego. Alawi embraced Sarah. The need came over her and she did it, without worrying what Sarah would think. At first, Sarah held back, but then she returned the embrace. Tears started at the corners of her eyes. Alawi told Misfortune that she was meant for more than this scenario, meant for better things. But no matter how many times she said it, Sarah never understood. Sarah rubbed her hand across a damp eye and questioned Alawi's words. She then told Alawi to say those words to Gangplank. Shortly, Misfortune ordered Captain Reuven herself. The arrangement was so fast that they were ready for sail by the very next day. And so Alawi went on a journey to destroy the amulet, while Misfortune continued hunting Gangplank. Unbeknownst to Misfortune, Alawi was attacked by Thresh's underling. The amulet was stolen, and Viego was freed again. Because of this incident, the harrowing became much stronger as Thresh plots more catastrophe in Runeterra. As the harrowing became rampant, a group was formed to battle the Black Mist. They were called the Sentinels, led by Lucian, who managed to free his lover Senna from Thresh's lantern. The Sentinels continued their mission and landed on Bilgewater. They find the port city surrounded by a fleet of warships. Shortly, they all notice a trail of black mist leading to the cabin of one of the ships, and deduce that the commander of the blockade has found the fetter. Graves, a pirate who once worked under Misfortune, believes his reputation in the city will allow them to negotiate for the fetter, and boards the ship with Gwen, Senna, Vane, and the Rookie. Aboard the vessel, they learn that Misfortune is responsible for the blockade as part of her ongoing turf war against Gangplank, the former pirate king. Later on, Misfortune mistakes Graves and the Sentinels as mercenaries sent by the former Reaver King. But Lucian intervenes and informs her that Viego has returned to Bilgewater. It was a reunion between them, as Lucian and Misfortune helped each other from the last harrowing. Because of this, Misfortune reveals that she has recently recovered a fetter, a brass bell. Lucian thought that Misfortune would help him this time, but when the Sentinels explain the object's value, she leaves to make a deal with Viego. Desperation really consumed her, as Misfortune wanted to end Gangplank. The team pursues Misfortune, trying to talk her out of the deal, but Misfortune insists her power struggle with Gangplank is too important, hoping that she can gain the power to finally bring order to Bilgewater and obtain vengeance. It was a long chase and conversation, but eventually the sentinels managed to persuade her to join and give them the fetter if they could defeat Viego. However, they do not entirely trust her. Graves warned them that double-crossing is nothing new between pirates. The sentinels should not fully trust Sarah Fortune. On their way to the slaughter docks, the group comes across Pike, the Revenant Ripper, fighting a group of wraiths. After a tense misunderstanding, Senna convinces him to fight the wraiths barring their path, allowing them to keep tracking Viego. The sentinels soon find him in a warehouse, searching for the fetter. After confronting him, Misfortune betrays the group and offers Viego the fetter and the sentinels in exchange for the power to destroy her rivals. Her action became her downfall, as Viego took advantage of her desperation, thus turning her into a ruined person. The sentinels' plan falls apart, but they try to fix things up. In desperation, Senna proceeds to attack Viego, and Misfortune returns fire. In the ensuing fight, Pike informs the rookie that Misfortune is now on his list, and the Revenant disappears. The commotion created a path of escape for the ruined king. Viego departs with the fetter, but not before collapsing the warehouse, which knocks the Wayfinder into the ocean. Dispirited at the loss of their only transportation, the sentinels encounter more unfortunate events when Misfortune and her crew show up to finish them off. They were a bit tired and cornered, while Misfortune was no longer in her right mind. At the last moment, Pike returns and drags Fortune into the bay, while the sentinels fight off her gang. After hours of fighting, the sentinels defeat Fortune's crew, but are pressed to exhaustion. Pike eventually resurfaces and returns the Wayfinder to the sentinels before parting ways. At least some things favored their way. On the flip side, Misfortune's duty was far from over, and Viego could still control her. After quite some time, the sentinels head to the Shadow Isles to confront Viego and put an end to his madness. This time, they brought the whole crew they recruited along the way. The sentinels sailed to Viego's island. Upon their arrival, they split up and prepared to ambush Viego. Senna draws him out as the remaining fetter, and Viego appears just like they expected. The sentinels attack, while Gwen tries to restrain him with her needled thread and hollowed mist. They were the ones to outnumber the ruined king this time, and it was working. As the sentinels begin to gain the upper hand, Viego reveals that he has corrupted Ada and Des, the sentinels of Piltover and Zon. They emerged from the shadows, and they restrained Senna. Viego then swiftly dispatches Gwen with a strike from his sword. The sentinels try to free their leader, but now the numbers are even. Draven, Karma, Misfortune, Pantheon, and Shivana, the ruined individuals the sentinels had fought along the way, arrive and attack with an army of wraiths. Meanwhile, Viego has Vex create a portal to Camivore and takes Senna, Gwen, the Maiden, and the other fetters through. At that point, the remaining members of the Sentinels fought for their lives. It was a tricky fight to navigate, since they could not kill these mortals, who were corrupted and controlled by Viego. Every second felt like a minute as the endless wave of wraiths entered the scene. Not to mention, these ruined individuals were no joke at all. They would definitely put up a fight against Viego. Misfortune already managed to lead a crew in defeating the ruined king. It so happened that Misfortune got blinded for her thirst for revenge. Exhaustion kicked in, as their battle felt like it was never ending. Shortly, the ruined individuals stopped attacking. They all fell to their knees, like the control was suddenly cut. While the sentinels were lost in confusion, a portal once again opened. Vex, no longer having an issue with the sentinels, helped Senna's group return to the Shadow Isles, now that Viego was defeated. It turns out Action was with Senna's group, and he was the one who killed the resurrection of Isolde and the ruined king. Miss Fortune was finally freed from the corruption, regretting the choices that she had made. The group is reunited with their allies and sees that those who were corrupted have returned to normal. But despite their victory, they noticed the Isles suspiciously remained plagued by the black mist. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Rengar warned them of an approaching presence, something more powerful than anything he had sensed before, perhaps stronger than Viego himself. This turns out to be a newly corporeal Thresh, who reveals that he has been siphoning the excess mist Viego was wasting, and is now unbound from the Isles. All that time he had been powering up for the exact moment. Fortunately for the Sentinels, Thresh never aimed to rule the world or conquer lands. He wanted something else: torture, misery, the art of becoming the Chain Warden of Souls. As the Sentinels with the previously ruined individuals prepare themselves, Thresh approaches them with such authority. He divulges the bargain that Lucian made with him in Ixtal. They defeated the ruined king with the info he gave, after all. Not only that, Thresh now demands retribution for Senna's soul escaping his lantern. No one should escape from his lantern. Confident in his strength, Thresh offered them a deal. If they didn't want to give up Senna's soul, he would take another soul from them. If they don't comply, all of their souls will be collected. The Sentinels, alongside the freed ruined individuals, try to stop unbound Thresh, but the corporeal Chain Warden easily repels their attacks. They were weak and exhausted at that point. No one had the power to match the new form of Thresh. This monster laughed as he enjoyed how these mortals tried to survive, but it was clear that none of them could do anything about the situation. Losing all confidence, Lucian considered offering his soul. Lucian was ready to give in, but all of a sudden, the rookie took his place instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest their soul, the rookie activates the Wayfinder at the last second and transports everyone back to headquarters. The rookie outsmarted the smartest Wraith, but they were all aware that their victory was only temporary. It was the chance that they would take, believing they could find something else to stop Thresh. The Chain Warden may be stronger than the ruined king at that point, but at least he was less hostile and delusional. The Sentinels would have an ample amount of time to prepare their next move. With Viego defeated, most of the new Sentinels returned to their old lives. Meanwhile, Miss Fortune tries to reflect on her journey. It was a long and grueling one, fueled by nothing but vengeance. Perhaps this war against Gangplank turned into becoming like him, which was something she never wanted. As the black mist settled, the war between the two captains in Bilgewater was halted for a moment. Bilgewater was never meant to have a ruler in the first place, but the pirates there do respect the hierarchy among them. The only way to make things civilized in that port city is to create a clear boundary in their ranks. Fixing Bilgewater was a tall ask for Miss Fortune, So perhaps she should fix her problems first. She started as a bounty hunter, with a firm goal of bringing down a specific target, and despite reaching great feats as a pirate, her first goal remained unaccomplished. She saw what would happen if Gangplank was already removed from the scene. More chaos would just sprout like a wild mushroom on the island. This made Miss Fortune question her next move. Should she continue the endless path of vengeance? Well, that would be a different story for another time.